All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The November 19th, 2025 meeting of the City Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Winnie, may we have roll call, please?
Jessica Ayers.
Here.
Nick Card.
Here.
Kevin Keating.
Here.
Mike Kurlinger. John Quinn.
Here.
Zach Smith. Kevin Stein.
Here.
And Garrett West.
Here.
We have 6 present.
Great, we have a quorum. Item 20 is City Manager reports. Ms. Grady?
Export.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council, Assistant City Manager, Acting City Manager Debbie Grady. I'm going to give the City Manager update to you today as we have several things we'd like to share with you. The first is we just participated, or we are participating in a city staff food drive. And this really highlights how much our employees care about our community as they stepped up to help those with food insecurities, and especially when the need for food banks running low on foods became very apparent. So you can see from the picture, that is our food barrel here at City Hall that in less than a week's period of time has been filled to overflowing. Each of the barrels, we had barrels dropped off at City Hall, at the Annex, at Rogue X, and at the Public Works Service Center. Each barrel will hold 150 pounds of food. So we're hoping that next Tuesday, when Access, who we partnered with on this food drive, comes to pick up the barrels, that all the barrels will be filled and filled up like that for the rest of the barrels. We also wanted to highlight the police department offering citizens a way to safely dispose of unused medications and narcotics. This prevents drug misuse, theft of medications, and possible environmental impacts. This event is staffed by police volunteers, and our police chief feels this is very successful. As you can see, the number of cars that participate in a 4-hour time period, and within that same time period, 4 hours, we had over 300 pounds of unused, unwanted drugs that then get boxed up and shipped to DEA to dispose of. There's no cost from DEA to ship the medications to them, and so that this is an event that is done twice a year and has very good participation. The Main Street open house will be tomorrow, just highlighting that it's at Oakdale Middle School. And we have a survey. Our communications director has done a really great job providing communication regarding how citizens can participate both in the survey and at the open house. The survey is open through November 30th. To date, I got an update from our communications director today. There were over 1,500 surveys have been completed, and we're planning to have a study session on your council calendar noted for December 10th, when the survey and the open house feedback information will be shared with council. Our city staff and Access have been collaborating and partnering to create a message for the public on the opening or potential activations of the severe weather shelter. We were afforded a tour of the shelter, which they're very proud of. It has 64 beds. They provide meals, and the activation criteria, we really want to highlight the partnership between the city and Access for the severe weather shelter activations. So there's agreed upon criteria between the city and Access as to when the shelter will be open, and the activation is based on National Weather Service forecasts. So the criteria for when the shelter is activated, if the temperature is 25 degrees or below with no precipitation, or 32 degrees or below with some kind of precipitation. Access, so the city responsibility is to issue activation notices, which are handled between our emergency manager, Aaron Ott, and our communications director. Access needs 72 hours because the shelter is staffed with volunteers. They need 72 hours to get resources and staffing deployed before they can open up that shelter. Last year, they were open for 45 days. On Saturday, December 6th, we have a couple of exciting events. You all have received the invitation from Kids Unlimited for their Spaghetti Western. If you want to send an email to us, if you'd like us to RSVP for you, happy to do that. But it is also at the same time, just following, kind of a little bit of an overlap, as our Winter Lights Festival, which is at Pear Blossom Park. We had a update from our parks director that there's some special new technology that's going to be unveiled at the event this year, and so the theme is illumination. I can't say more than that because it's pretty exciting. That's all the update I have for you at this time. Does anyone have any questions for me? Thank you.
I have a question, actually. It's not a big deal, but could we call it a Christmas tree in the tree lighting? When you say tree, just could you say Christmas tree? Is that doable? It's come up in the past in Parks and Rec, and we've done that and forward, and I just would prefer that if possible.
I see Mr. Rosenthal coming up. I don't want to speak for him about.
Yes, the answer to your question, Counselor, is yes. We do refer to it as a Christmas tree. However, the theme is Winter Lights Festival and Happy Holidays. But yes, we do talk about the civic Christmas tree, as that's what it is.
Good, excellent. That's all I was looking for. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Not a big deal, but the slide says December 5th for the Kids Unlimited, and it's December 6th. That's all. Sorry.
Okay. Other comments or questions? We will go to recognitions, community group reports. 30.1, employee recognition. Human Resources Director Bonnie Barish is here to recognize one employee. One employee. That's how special you are, Ken. Well done. Well, anniversary and a retirement. Bonnie.
Yes, so Mayor Council, Bonnie Barish, your HR Director, and you are right, we have one special person here. They're all special, but he's extra special tonight because Ken Parducci is celebrating 25 years of service with our city. So I would like to talk a little bit about Ken and let you know more about him. It sounds like some of you already know him. So he's had an incredible 25 years of service for the city. He joined our Public Works Engineering Division in 2000, bringing with him a degree from the University of Portland's Multnomah School of Engineering. Do I need to say class of 1994? With hands-on experience from Blue Creek Valley Sanitary Authority and construction engineering consultants. For his first 3 years, Ken had the privilege of working alongside his sister Kim, who I think is in the audience, until she launched Southern Oregon Transportation Engineering in 2006. Ken began his career with the city designing projects in public works engineering, and he has since risen to project manager for the Medford Urban Renewal Agency. And in that role, he oversees the preservation of historic buildings, the improvement of public facilities, and critical infrastructure upgrades, enjoying steadily making Medford really a better place for all of us. Rogue Valley resident since 1986 when his parents purchased Holiday RV Park in Phoenix. Ken has deep roots in our community. He and his wife Noelle have raised 4 children here, and they enjoy traveling with their kids, probably sometimes traveling without the kids, but he didn't say that part, and attempting to keep his golf score under triple digits with a very patient group of friends. So please join me in congratulating Ken on 25 years of service.
And so while the pictures are being taken, I'm just going to make one correction. He worked for Bear Creek Valley Sanitary Authority.
Oh, did I say Blue Creek? Okay.
Which is now known as RVSS, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you for the correction.
I like the old name better.
I didn't have any say.
Thank you, Ken. Next, we have a retirement with Brenda Garrich. So Brenda has been a police officer for 28 years, but she actually also works as a detective. And she's going to work back for a while, but she is retiring effective this month. So please congratulate Brenda on her retirement. And that will conclude the employee recognition.
Thank you, Bonnie. We are now moving on to oral requests and communications from the audience. And just as background, the City Council sets aside 30 minutes for in-person public comments. Comments are limited to 2 minutes per person or organization. As outlined in the agenda, the public may also submit written comments to the council. But there were no written comments received for tonight's meeting. Before hearing public comments, I'd like to note the decorum policy for the council chambers. The use of noisemakers or disruptive audience behavior such as applause, cheering, or shouting is not permitted. Decorum violations are time-consuming and disrespectful to the speaker and all attendees. Failure to follow the basic standards for decorum may result in removal from the meeting. Finally, I would like to emphasize that this is your opportunity to provide comments to the council and is not intended to be a time for questions and answers. If you have completed a public comment form, please come to the front of the room when your name is called. The time is not 2 o'clock, it is 6:12. And we'll hear comments for 30 minutes. Winnie.
We just had one, Your Honor. Mr. Dames, he's up at the front.
I'm Bill Dames, 2337 Kona Circle. I noticed the article in the paper where there was a comment made that one possibility was to sell half the land in Hawthorne Park, and that I really objected to that possibility and just wanted to emphasize that. To me, you have to pay attention to the people. They gave money for the park and why they gave money. They gave money for the park way back when. And the Lions Club, Dr. Inskeep was my doctor as a kid. John Mann gave money, had Mann's department store. I grew up with his grandkids, got my scouting stuff at Mann's department store. Harry and David. These are all people with deep roots in the community and have a real interest in making a park and not an investment, and there's a big difference, and so I think you should pay attention to what they asked. And there was a deed originally from the city attorney to the city, and I suggested that you look into that, see why, if there's any record of why that happened. And my suspicion is that there are some people that gave money to the city to for the land, but I don't know if the city attorney or anyone else has, a Parks Department has a record of that, but I suggest you check it out. And also consider the cost. I mean, I think Rogue X is the place to put the ballpark. You're going to have a place also where you're going to have to cross the bridge into over Bear Creek, and that's going to be a cost that has to be considered. And otherwise, you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. So, anyway.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight that did not complete a public comment form and would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to minutes. We have all received the draft minutes from the November 5th, 2025 regular meeting. Does anyone have any revisions or corrections to those minutes? All right, seeing none, the minutes will stand as presented. Consent calendar, there are 2 ordinances on the consent calendar tonight. Mr. Mitten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 60.1 is Council Bill 2025-93, an ordinance approving and authorizing execution of a 10-year contract with Axon Enterprise, Inc. in the amount of $7,452,375.31 for a consolidated officer safety plan. And item 60.2 is Council Bill 2025-94, an ordinance approving and authorizing a Prescott Park road use and maintenance agreement with Central Pipeline, Inc.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, motion by Kevin Stein, second by Jessica Ayers. Any items to be removed, Kevin?
TAC 93, 60.1.
60.1, all right. What?
And 60.2.
Oh, sweet. All right, so much for consent calendar. So we're going to skip balloting on the remaining items.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. 60.1, Kevin?
Yeah, is there a staff report or something of that nature? I would say that some background while he comes in. So it is interesting. Apparently there's a bunch of contracts, and this loops us all into one big contract. There was a part about the finances that I was curious about. So in the first year, I believe the agenda packet says it fits within our current budget, but then it goes up like $200,000 the next year, and then it stays flat for like the next 9 years. But if you have a 7th slide, then I'll happily hear all of it.
I've got it all set for you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Trevor Arnold, your Deputy Chief of Police, here to talk about item 60.1. So I'll just go through all the slides here, hopefully answer your questions, and obviously answer any additional ones you have. But this contract, like you said, in the AIC is a consolidation of our 7 different contracts that we currently have with Axon. The largest of those contracts is the one that is the majority of our body-worn cameras and our taser package. And that one, our current contract, that 5-year contract, comes to an end this next June. So we would be renegotiating an additional contract if we wanted to maintain our services with Axon. Oh, Axon, not Axoff. Thought that. If we wanted to maintain those services to get the body-worn cameras and our taser packages. So this contract consolidates all of our current contracts that we have with Axon into a much larger extended contract over 10 years. It's comprehensive in its coverage. It will equip all of our officers with tasers. Currently, we have tasers, but not every single sworn officer is issued a taser. As you can see on my uniform, I don't carry a taser. Just as we have added personnel over the years, we've had to kind of pick and choose and remove some tasers from some individuals in a more administrative role so that make sure that all our patrol officers and those that are working the street are equipped with those. Same thing with the body-worn cameras. I'm also not equipped with a body-worn camera. This contract will give us the additional equipment so that all our sworn personnel, as well as our community service officers, can carry a body camera. What we found since we first started our body cam program with Axon back in 2016 is it's been a game changer for both our investigations and our transparency and our just ability to be open with the public and how we're handling our investigations. It's a game changer in stopping complaint processes when there's video evidence of the entire interaction that occurs. So the other big part of it is the fleet cameras. So currently 35 of our patrol vehicles are equipped with Axon in-car fleet cameras. The reason we moved to the Axon system away from the previous system we had before is it puts all that digital video evidence into one easy to navigate, easy to share digital video evidence system. So this contract increases that to 45 cameras from our 35, which means we're able to equip our livability team cars with cameras, our school resource officer cameras. Again, same thing with the tasers. We just kind of had to pick and choose with the cars that were mostly on the road to make sure that they had that. Another benefit to this contract that we're really excited about is the virtual reality training system that comes with. This replaces our old Milo system, which is I don't know if anyone of you had the opportunity to use it. This is a scenario-based training program. Milo was a program that we had many, many years ago. It's no longer functional, and we're not able to have that scenario-based training with kind of a video game component to it, type of a thing. The virtual reality system that Axon offers us gives us the ability to transition between our different tools, use de-escalation techniques, and the system is actually responsive to the officer in how they're handling the interaction. Gives us the ability to significantly enhance our training efforts and let new officers, experienced officers run through a multitude of scenarios at any time. We'll be able to have the virtual reality system set up inside the PD in our training room and available for access at all times. The part that the detectives are the most excited about is the interview rooms. Currently, our interview rooms, we have 7 different interview rooms inside Medford Police Department. Those are all equipped with video systems, a video management system that is tied in with the rest of our Axis camera system in the PD. So again, it doesn't have the same features that our body cameras do that are Axon related. So it doesn't provide transcription. It doesn't provide really, at this point, those cameras are needing to be replaced this biennium anyway, so we would be replacing all those cameras. And with this contract, we're able to switch that whole system to an Axon system. So again, all that digital video evidence feeds into the same system, making for case consolidation significantly smoother. Financial implications. What this contract does is it's locking in this 2025 pricing over the 10 years. It gives us flexibility in that there are refreshes of our equipment and our tools built in throughout the contract so that we'll continue to have fresh equipment throughout our contract period. If you were to take this 2025 pricing model and purchase all of the same things in this package separately, that total cost would be $11,197,690.76 spread over 10 years. By bundling these products together, Axon offered us a significant discount, bringing it down to roughly $9.2 million. As I continue to work with Axon on negotiating this contract and expressed Medford PD's long-term standing with Axon and their many products and many services that we use, and our recent adoption of the RMS system that we'll be moving to in 2 years, and that contract that we signed earlier this summer, they offered us an additional discount, which is what brought it down to the just over $7.4 million over the 10 years. As to your question, it was important to me that we kept the pricing model consistent with what we are already budgeting in the remainder of this biennium, rather than coming to you and asking for more money right now. That's why the price of year 1 is roughly $500,000, because that's what we budget currently for all our Axon products in this biennium. So we won't be asking for any more money this biennium. There will be an increase that we'll be asking for as we move into further bienniums, and that's where the remainder of that funding comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. And so I think you provided the information there. So basically, is the equipment that they give leased?
What's that?
Is the equipment that they give, the body cams, is that something that you guys own, or is it basically leased from them to us, and then you give it back, and then they give you more new equipment, or how's that process?
I mean, I consider it owned, but it is more like a lease, because as it's refreshed, then we send in the old stuff. But the same thing is, if something happens, it's damaged, it needs to be repaired or replaced. We've been customers with Axon. Their customer service has been fantastic. We get it replaced. It's usually overnighted right back to us at no additional cost.
Oh, okay. So literally just the shipping, right? Just the shipping is what we're being charged to get the equipment.
A major part of this is the unlimited digital video evidence, cloud storage, right? And we're paying for that cloud storage of all that digital video evidence, both from our body cameras and our in-car cameras. And this contract gives us unlimited storage capacity for that 10 years.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
So just so I make sure I understand, so in the current biennia, we're not increasing costs because this is at that 500. They gave us whatever that is, $150,000 of credits, or $250,000 of credits against that first year. And then in the future, this is an increase in cost over what we're incurring today, but it is a substantial increase in level of service that we're getting from Axon.
Yes,
Is
that's-
it fair to say? And so when you look at like the extra cost that we are incurring compared to the expansion of cameras and tasers and all the stuff that we're getting, it's really quite a damn good deal, if I may say so.
I would agree.
All right, thank you. I understand, appreciate it.
Other questions? Motion, Mr. Stein?
I move to approve Council Bill 2025, TAC 93.
Second.
All right, Kevin, then Nick. So, any discussion? When will we call the roll?
Kevin Stein?
Yes.
Nick Card?
Yes.
Kevin Keating?
Yes.
John Quinn?
Yes.
Jessica Ayers?
Yes.
And Garrett West?
Yes.
We have 6 yes.
Garrett, did you pull this just so you can be?
Just so I can abstain on this
Oh,
next
bloody.
one. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Mr. West, you asked this to be taken off.
Yes, I just need to abstain on this next item, 60.2.
Okay. Rich, since you came all the way down here, is there anything you're dying to tell us?
Can you just take a
Not
motion?
unless
and-
you want the staff report, but
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
You have
wouldn't
a
mind. I
question,
mean, can
Kevin?
you give us a quick rundown on that? I'm sorry, Rich.
yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mayor, Council, Rich Rosenthal, your Parks Recreation Facilities Director, and I will do the hurry-up offense version of the PowerPoint. So a little history, trivia at least, for you. So Roxanne Road is the subject of the road use and maintenance agreement, and it's 3.1 miles from Hillcrest up to the quarry. It's a city-owned private road, which sounds weird, but it is a private road. It's outside the city limits, and it's the only viable route to the quarry, which is east of the city property, Prescott Park. It was chip sealed in 2019, which solved a lot of problems, but did not solve all the problems. So to the east is that quarry. It's privately owned by longtime local developers. It's managed by Central Pipeline since 2021. We've had over 30 years of road use agreements with the quarry operators. We think the quarry may date back to the late 1930s, at least the 1950s. They have a permit from the county to operate through 2032. And, you know, the rub is that they have those dump trucks, those heavy trucks, aggregate trucks going up and down the road in close proximity to walkers and hikers, bikers, et cetera. So that is the issue here. Besides the fact that the road is fragile and the water is the biggest threat, there are potholes, heaving, cracking, drainage issues, and it's a constant challenge for us to maintain the road so that two cars can traverse, you know. So, and they're in the wintertime and early spring after the wet weather, we see a lot of problems. So I appreciate the opportunity to go on work time, to go take pictures in Prescott Park and get out of the office. I want to thank you for that. So here's some images at the start of Roxanne Road, elevation 2000, and we're going uphill toward Roxanne Peak, 3,500 feet. And you can see, you might recognize from your own experiences, the issues we have with the road and what we see all the time and what we have to repair all the time in partnership with Central Pipeline, drainage issues. There's the lower gate. A great view, really enjoyed the view that day. Thank you for that. Here's the section that really was problematic for us that gave way it's eroding and the road is going downhill and that there's a lot of patching. This was a big one that Central Pipeline did for us, did a great job on it, but there's no guarantee that it will hold in the future. There are the potholes. Here's the first parking lot there. That particular day they were striping it, which was nice to see that now they're defined lanes, but I digress. Now we're getting up to the upper parking lot, the largest parking lot, and then on the way to the quarry, and there's where the road ends at the quarry and look into the quarry. So we think that we're advised that there's 5 to 7 more years of rock in the quarry. and then that will be it. And what they end up doing with the land is, don't know, but maybe it's donated, maybe it isn't. But it's reasonable to conclude the city cannot prevent quarry traffic from operating on Roxanne Road. However, we can place reasonable time, place, manner restrictions on it, and that's what this agreement is. It's mutually beneficial for the city and the quarry operator, Central Pipeline. They build roads. It's fantastic that they're our partner, and they can do it at a very low cost, and the license covers the annual use fee, who's responsible for maintenance and repairs, and reasonable operating hours, prohibitions, those did not change. So what we're proposing here is a 5-year license for the next 5 years. We believe the quarry will still be operating for that period of time. The annual road use fee has doubled to $30,000, and that Central Pipeline will, that'll be the first $30,000 of repairs every year and then it'll go to what we budgeted, which was $30,000. So it's going to double the amount of repairs we can make on that road, filling potholes, fixing the cracks, the drainage issues. So this is the best agreement we've had to date, and Central Pipeline and Skylar Van Wert, their owner, fantastic to work with, really great. So it's a great partnership. This was a great negotiation, and so asking for your approval of this council bill.
Thank you, Rich. Questions?
Yeah, I guess my only question, I am glad to see it's doubled in the amount of money that, it's not really money, it's in-kind services that we can accept, but it's really at a price structure that they create, correct? I mean, do we have any control over the pricing that they charge us for the in-kind services?
Yes, we have negotiated the wholesale rates.
Okay.
So their in-kind value and plus what we would be purchasing from them is at their cost. And
How do the in-kind rates compare to the last contracts?
The in-kind, well, we didn't get this specific with the last contract, but we did check with our friends in Public Works about, okay, the wholesale rates that are proposed that are in this agreement, in the exhibit, do represent substantial savings to the retail prices paid for similar services by Public Works and in the public sector, private and public sector.
Okay, just one more. How much do you estimate we, the city, has to pay over and above the $30,000 that they provide in kind per year to get it to a level where, where people can not complain about it?
Well, getting it to where people don't complain about it, I don't know if I can.
We do. I mean, there are a lot of potholes up there.
However, to give you some context, this calendar year, the city has spent, our department has spent about $30,000 on road repairs. A lot of those took place in the past couple of months, and it was bad the road was bad for a while. So we were able to do those repairs. This doubles it, like I mentioned before, so that we'd be able to do twice the amount of repairs, probably early in the year, maybe late in the year, or as needed, or there could be a more serious failure in the road that might require more city resources than what we budgeted. It just depends. If it's a really wet winter and we lose a section of road, then it's hard to project that, but we're prepared for it. But hopefully, we haven't had it recently.
So we spent roughly $30,000 more than the 15 that last year. So,
yes.
Okay.
And the previous agreement, the $15,000 per year, helped us develop the equestrian trail, which is in the Prescott Parks Trails master plan. That also serves as a fire break. And so they provided the rock at no cost. The in-kind was used in a different way. The current agreement. This new one really focuses the in-kind on road repairs.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
All right. Other questions, Nick?
Oh, I have a motion.
Oh, any other questions? Nick?
Move to approve Council Bill 2025-94.
Second.
All right. Motion and second. Discussion. Winnie, will you call the roll, please?
Nick Card,
Yes.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
and Jessica Ayers.
Yes.
We have 5 yes and 1 abstention.
All right. Hey, by the way, that passes. 80.1, Mr. Minton.
Thank you, Your Honor. 80.1 is Council Bill 2025-95, a resolution granting written consent to the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon to construct a 19,050 square foot addition behind the Carnegie Library on city property, superseding the previously granted consent of December 19th, 2024.
Thank you. Yes, staff report. Mr. Card would like a staff report. Mr. Minton. A lot of misters around here.
Too many.
Too many.
Too many.
Too many.
Mayor and Council, Eric Minton, your city attorney. I'm here to talk about the Carnegie Library addition by Children's Museum of Southern Oregon, and I'm joined tonight by Sunny Spicer. I'll be providing the staff report, but if anyone wants to play Stump the Lawyer, she will be my lifeline. So the history of this project in the Carnegie Library is owned by the city, and in 2018, City Council, after a competitive process, decided to lease the building to the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon, then known as Kid Time, for 25 years with a renewal option for another 25 years that the tenant has the right to execute. One of the provisions of this lease agreement is that the tenant, if they're going to make improvements to the building, needs landlord approval for that. It also does specify that at the end of the lease, we own those improvements, so there's no, as improvements are built, we don't need to worry about any sort of buyout provision at the end of the lease. We ultimately own whatever is built. On December 19th, 2024, the Children's Museum had come to council for permission for an addition, and council ultimately granted that permission. The proposal we're talking about tonight is a revised proposal, not a second addition that is being proposed. So the proposed addition, the purpose of this adds some more square footage for the Children's Museum, functioning museum and preschool, including 3 new classrooms, 60 additional full-time slots for children to participate in that program, providing childcare to the community. It's additional space for family education programs, and then also one of the main distinctions from the last proposal is a rooftop venue, and I'll be talking more about what that is and how that works. But it would be something that they can use for their own use, but also be an event space for community events. So the previous edition, the footprint is shown here. The top third of what that box you see is the original historic building. Then directly to the south of it, behind it, is a 1950 edition. That's kind of the yellow box that's there right now behind the main building. And then the pink shown there was the proposed addition in 2024. It was a 2-story addition, a total of 12,000 square feet in a box configuration behind the 1950 edition. The layout of the current proposal is nearly the same footprint. In some of the documentation, you will see 19,050 square feet. That number comes from including that rooftop terrace. There was not a usable rooftop terrace space in the prior proposal. If you exclude that rooftop terrace, the difference between the two proposals is 800 square feet. It is a very similar footprint, and one thing I will note is looking at the maps, the exact same, a couple trees would have to be removed, but it's the same trees that would have to be removed as part of the already approved 2024 edition. So there's no changed impact on the trees on the property with this new proposal. So we've got some cool renderings. These are some additional information that the Children's Museum was able to provide to me after the study session we had. So you'll see on the left side of this is the historic building. That middle is what I call the yellow box, the 1950 edition. And then to the right side would be the proposed new thing. And so unless you are looking from Alba Park or the county building, you no longer have to see the yellow box. I'll just say that. And this is a view from street level on 8th Street, showing some of the detail of the proposed addition. It would be come out close to the sidewalk, and you'll see the two layers there and how that integrates into the existing site. One of the things the council had asked for in the study session about this is a 20-year maintenance plan. There's a high-level overview on the screen. The full maintenance plan is included in the agenda packet. But that was something that was asked for and was provided by the Children's Museum. Other follow-ups from the study session, as I noted, the impact on trees is the same as the already approved addition. And then there was also a question about seismic. So I've had a chance to look back. There were seismic updates to the building done in 2008, and the tenant, when they moved in, complied with all applicable building safety code provisions. If there is any discussion about, so there's no question that they're in compliance with building codes at this time. If there's any thought about voluntary, above the required standard upgrades by landlord, that would be at the city's cost. It's staff's recommendation that any discussion on that point be decoupled from this proposal, because this proposal is to build new construction, which would be built to new standards behind that building. It's, in staff's view, a completely separate discussion from whether or not we as landlords want to go above and beyond applicable standards in the existing buildings. So next steps. One thing, there were questions during the study session about historic review. There's a couple different things to touch on here. One of the most important things is this is not the end of the story. There's not a vote today and groundbreaking begins tomorrow. The landlord approval is the first step in a land use process for this addition. This would have to go before the city's Landmarks and Historic Preservation Commission for review for historical compatibility. This vote tonight does not in any way bind the Landmarks Commission or instruct the Landmarks Commission in how to evaluate that question. Instead, landlord approval is a necessary prerequisite to file a land use application to get that historic review. And so it's staff's assertion that the vote tonight doesn't in any way foreclose or bind the hands of the landmarks to view the issue either way, make whatever decision they have. If they make a decision, there's always appeal rights to council, but that would have completely different criteria than this decision tonight. Those are two separate legal issues. There's also in the packet, there's some documentation of communication with the State Historic Preservation Office. That is an advisory body that can either find that there's no impacts or that there's impacts that need to be mitigated. In this situation, SHPO decided the latter. There is some mitigation. What that mitigation would be is typically a matter of negotiation, and sometimes can be something as simple as adding a historic plaque with information about the building. So I understand that there's currently discussion between the Children's Museum and SHPO as to what that mitigation would look like in this particular case. And then finally, as part of the joint study session that this board had with the same people wearing different hats as Mura, there is a funding request, but that will be addressed as part of the Mura proceeding later tonight by you all wearing different hats. That's separate from this vote that is being presented at this time. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So you mentioned the SHPO letter. So the letter that we have in the packet dated October 24th, granted, I'm not a land use guy, so perhaps I read this and I see this differently, but like I don't read this as a letter saying it just needs some couple mitigations, like there's concerned about cumulative effects of ongoing changes to this historical property. Maybe that is not something that is relevant, I suppose, but that to me, like I don't know how do you mitigate those kinds of concerns.
And I would like to phone a friend to address that issue.
I brought friends that are smarter than me too.
Hi, I'm George Kramer. I'm the last man standing. I'm the historic preservation consultant for the Children's Museum and architect, the designers of the project. The process with SHPO is that we submitted what's called a finding of effect. The original finding of effect that was submitted in 2004 for the last project sort of stopped the project. TCMSO brought in a new team, including myself and architect, in an attempt to design a better, more compatible addition. SHPO's process, as the city attorney mentioned, is advisory. They reviewed this document, this proposal, and determined that while they complimented us on our efforts to make this addition more compatible than the previous application, the simple scale of it was sufficient for it to require mitigation. And the letter you have that you're referring to, Counselor, is that their initial reaction to that submittal. Since that, we have submitted a memorandum of agreement, which is the formal document between TCMSO, the city, and SHPO, outlining the mitigation that we would propose here. And it is, in this case, has, I think, 3 or 4 parts. There is an interpretive plaque that would go somewhere on the property talking about the history, the complete history of the Carnegie Library and its transformation to the Children's Museum. And we would also, there would be a similar historical wall inside the building, probably around the fireplace in the historic building. And then some sort of monument sign identifying TCMSO that would reference the architecture of the Carnegie. SHPO, their timelines are what they are. I did communicate with the deputy director yesterday. I told him that this hearing was coming. I would like some sort of feedback. And they will have some technical changes to the memorandum of agreement that we've submitted. He agreed that they might want to propose modification to the mitigation, pretty much of a technical nature regarding the state level documentation, which is a report that we would write on the entire history of the building. But that both he and I agreed we are confident that we will come to an agreement, and that there's no reason from SHPO's standpoint to the project would not go forward. Let me, before I answer any other questions, talk about the cumulative effect. The building was listed on the National Register in 1980, 84, I think, when the county wanted to move out. And then it was also included as a contributing resource in the National Register district nomination for downtown, which actually I wrote for the city. I was part of Mayor Gary Wheeler's, I think they called it the Blue Ribbon Committee, trying to figure out what to do with the Carnegie after the library moved out. And out of that came a TARP grant, ultimately, that replaced all the windows and upgraded some of the HVAC. And that had to go through a SHPO process because it was a city-owned property, it was federal money, and it was an adverse effect. When the Children's Museum moved in and they put up the fence and they started to do the exterior design for their use, that went through SHPO also. The pavilion went through SHPO. It's sort of a natural process when a building changes use from a library to something else, you have to make changes. SHPO voiced the concern about a cumulative effect would be, are these changes so significant that the building is no longer recognizable as the historic Carnegie Library? And our response to that is that all of these additions, all of these changes are to the rear. And if you stand on the street in front of the Medford Hotel and you turn to the south and look at the Carnegie, it looks pretty much the way it did in 1912. And so there isn't a cumulative effect, there's just a concern about one. I don't know if that, I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Anybody?
A couple of things. if you don't mind.
For me?
Yeah, why not? Sure. You mentioned that the site was designated a historic site. Does that include the land or simply the building itself exactly?
In the original nomination, only the building was covered. In the district designation,
What year is
Library Park was also included.
So it is, in fact, the park
Yes.
itself is, in fact, part of
Yes.
the historic thing. And so
As
the
is Alba Park.
we're to look at the cumulative effect, not only on the building itself, but also on the land around the building.
Correct. And I think that from a historic preservation perspective, the changes to the land, the park, are far more significant than the changes to the building. SHPO, with the exception of the pavilion, sees those as more transitory, removable.
The addition that we're talking about is removable? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. The additions, the buildings, the new buildings would not be removable. But the modifications to the park, the fence around it, the children's play equipment, et cetera, could be removed, and you could re-landscape the park as though it was 1912. And so,
But I'm sorry, the land on which this addition will go is part of the park, correct?
correct.
So that, yeah, there's no, that is not transitory, that's permanent.
No, the addition that
Yeah.
that is under discussion, I mean, theoretically, you could remove it, but you would never.
Yeah.
Again, the historic focus of this building is to the north. The original 1912 building is historic. The 1951 addition, while technically it was included in the document because it was over 50 years old, was a pretty significant modification. But at that point, it was determined that the integrity is the word that we use to recognize if historic qualities remain. And so the sort of standard way of doing that is what's called the man on the street test. If John McIntosh, who designed this building in 1912 for the city, were to suddenly come back and walk down Main Street, would he recognize it as his work? And you can modify a building, you can change a building, you can replace the windows, you can put on additions, you can, buildings change over a century and a half, or century and a quarter. As long as it's recognizable, it is determined to retain integrity. And we think this building does.
But again, we're talking about the site, right? I mean, the site loses part of its
Correct.
integrity and part of
Correct.
its recognizability with it,
I think if your question, has there been a cumulative effect on the site which would result in it being delisted from the register? That was passed when the fence was put up and the pavilion was put up. That's gone. I don't know that if you were doing it today, you could say the site reflects Library Park as it existed from 1912 to 1949, which is the end of your period of significance in the historic district.
But the fence and the gazebo could be easily replaced, I mean, conceivably, but the building is permanent. There's no,
Yes.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Card.
I have a question on the maintenance plan. There's really no dollar figures listed in the maintenance plan, though there is a reference to the replacement value of the building. Do you guys have a number that you're using as you sort of budget out your maintenance plan, what that replacement dollar figure is?
For the replacement plan on the building?
So you say for cost, sorry, I just lost my spot. Annual operating budget recommend 2 to 5% of building replacement value. Capital Reserve Fund, recommend annual contribution 1 to 2% of building replacement value.
I think we're working on a $3 million number there. And I don't know if that's actually accurate, but that's the number that we're working off of.
For full building replacement?
For the purpose of the maintenance plan, that's what we were working with. That was the number that Brian Shotun initially gave us when we leased the building.
Help me understand, what is $3 million?
The building replacement cost. That was the number that was given to us when we first got the building. And so that was the number that we were working off for estimating our maintenance costs.
So, okay, let me do some math then. Jessica?
I was just going to say it's pretty common for replacement costs to be determined by an appraisal, commercial appraisal, which would be done later, probably, or in the process.
Sure. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is what, because a lot of the building exists today, and so you're maintaining it today. So you have cost estimates for the
Right, that's what we're working off of as of now. You're talking about going forward.
Yeah, and so okay, so total plus the new stuff.
So total, we'd have to reassess it once it's all done.
Okay. What are you budgeting for the project right now? Total construction cost for the project?
$8 million.
$8 million. So so total right now is based on a $3 million for the original plus an $8 million for the new one is an $11 million rough replacement cost for the
Roughly.
Roughly. Okay. Let me do some math.
Just for 3, so 11 divided by 3 is 3.5.
7% of 11 million?
That got big. 7%?
Yeah.
What's 7%?
7% is annual plus cap reserve on the high end.
Oof, feels like a lot.
I was told there would be no math.
Sorry.
770, but that's pretty high.
Yeah, I guess that's what I the point in asking for this, because I was the one who really asked for this, Sonny, is what I wanted to understand is, as we look ahead as the city, what kind of liability are we walking ourselves into? And so your high-end estimate, that's about $700,000 a year in maintenance costs for existing and then the new structure.
For going forward, yeah, we're probably not going to put that much away. But we do, we employ an entire maintenance staff. We do put away a couple $100,000 a year. We have over $1 million in reserves to manage whatever hiccup may come up. Our facilities staff, we have 3 right now, actually 3.5-ish. I think that's going to grow clearly. And that in itself is the biggest investment that we put onto that is we have people that are working on the building all day, every day. And so there's a significant investment on our part.
Sure, that's not what I'm saying. You guys can maintain the building perfectly 100%, but if you, as tenants, leave, or God forbid something happens, or who knows what I was trying to understand is what is the liability for the city going forward. I'm not suggesting that you're going to create new liability through the form of mismanagement of the building. I'm just saying, based on sort of, again, a high-end number there, that's a potential concern for the city of between annual operation and capital reserves for that on the high end is about $700,000 for maintenance. And so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding those numbers correctly because that's based on what we just talked about here.
I don't know how the city manages all of theirs too, but this used to be a city building too. And so thinking about how you guys, that might be a question for your staff too, like how you would approach it.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it will likely be even more expensive for us if we're maintaining it with in-house staff because our staff are probably more expensive by virtue of being public employees. Mr. Mitten is standing, so I don't know if you have
The one thing I may have a leading question that may clarify here, am I correct in understanding that the maintenance plan is for assuming the current use, which has dozens of children running through the building every day? That may not be the maintenance use of the city when the city is in possession of it. So those numbers I don't think can be directly applied to the city if we were to take possession and use it for a completely different use.
Very, very good point, Mr. Mitten. Thank you. We're calling all sorts of friends today.
Yes, this is deep phone a friend. So for the city of Medford, the cost of maintenance is calculated by the square footage. And so just a rule of thumb, generally speaking, that the maintenance cost for city facilities is, let's say, roughly $15 a square foot per year. So multiply the square footage by that number, the additional square footage by, say, 15, and that roughly would get what facilities would budget for.
Does that include the capital reserves for buildings?
No.
Is that
That's
okay?
just the staff cost and materials and services. It does not include capital improvement funds.
Sonny, what's the current? I don't have it here. What's the current square footage?
I'm sorry, what was?
The square footage of the existing.
15,700.
And then we're looking at adding, what is it, 12, 19? Come on, calculator.
12,080 excluding the terrace. 12,800, sorry.
All right, let's call it 30,000. Yeah, times 15. So 450. Okay, so 700.
Every time we do math and Ryan Martin's not up here, he gives me trouble the next day.
Is including capital reserve.
Okay, so,
Anyway,
I
thank you.
still have some questions. I'm sorry, but
now, are we good here? Because we're thinking somewhere around $600,000
Yeah.
with cap reserves.
Yeah.
450 a year, 600,000 cap reserves. So what would do we need to change anything going forward in that? Or what do we want to see them do different on the 20-year plan? Or on the maintenance plan?
It's not their maintenance plan that is the concern. The question is, if they're not in the building, we now have a liability that we have to maintain.
Okay.
That's the question here, is trying to get
Okay,
our understanding
so
of what that liability
you have
looks
enough
like.
information.
Yes,
then
that
to
answers my
understand that.
question.
Okay, Kevin.
okay, Eric, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I had heard, and I'm not sure this is true, but there had been an agreement when we had originally leased this to the Children's Museum that they would not alter the grass around the museum. Is that true? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I would have to look back. My understanding is that there's always some contemplation that they would have improvements consistent with the use, and those improvements have gone in over the years. So any concern about that has not been on my radar.
So, okay, so that we didn't put any prohibitions on how they actually construct buildings on the site, as opposed to playgrounds and fences and things.
So the lease I know requires approval for new buildings. I would have to look back at the lease in terms of playground space. It's not something I reviewed before tonight's hearing, and so I apologize. I'm not prepared to answer that
Sure,
question.
fair enough. On the seismic issue, this is going to be in addition to an existing building, correct?
Yes, it is.
In such a case, does the code require that they do a review of the entire three-building complex, or no?
So the existing building that is under current use, the entire building wouldn't all need to be brought up to 2025 standards just because an addition is being built in back. The new addition would have to be built to 2025 standards.
Okay. And then just lastly, my question would be, we are actually we're giving consent to construct. That's the way this resolution is worded. That tells me that, no, we don't really require the LHPC to review this.
The intent of this and how it has operated in the past when we have done this is landlord consent to begin applicable process, not to just go out there and start vertical construction.
That's not
Everything
what the
needs to go
resolution
through.
says, though. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the resolution says we are giving consent to construct. Let me just read it.
Implied within that is after following all applicable legal requirements, which would include land use approval, building department approval, et cetera.
Okay, I would hope we'd put that in the motion. It says here, a resolution granting written consent for TCMSO to construct an addition. So, okay.
And
I mean, I think we're just cutting off the LHPC at the legs if we've already approved it by the time they first see it.
I disagree because the landlord approval is a procedural prerequisite to even file an application. Every single application that goes to them, including all city buildings, has landlord approval to file the application.
So that's what we're actually doing. We're approving the filing of an application. We're giving
Approving the
consent to
filing
them.
of the land use application, and if all reviews are completed, building safety review, land use review, et cetera, to then begin construction.
Okay, so under the current consent that was granted in December 19th, they could not construct at that point without going through LHPC.
That's correct. This is structured exactly the same way as the December 2024 approval.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Kevin? So, just to be clear, it does say written consent to construct, and there's no additional pending all applicable reviews and compliance with rules and regulations. Now, long story short, we can write they have written consent. They can't go out and build it because they don't have a building permit, right? But in your opinion, that's naturally inferred in this document.
In my opinion, it's naturally inferred. If council would like me to add a sentence conditioned on all applicable reviews, I can certainly add that to the resolution right now.
Okay. So by legal counsel, you think it's naturally inferred. Nick?
I was going to say, like, the nuance for me here is that the city council acts both as the landlord by and through the city owning the property, and also as the legal body that does a lot of this approving. And so I just think even if this language is legally clear, I don't know that I would say that it is unambiguously clear to a naive person. And so I think it is prudent for us to be more clear and more specific about that. That's just my 2 cents.
This is consent by the owner, move forward with this with all applicable approvals. Sorry, attorneys at the end. Mr. Quinn.
It's fine the way it is, but I don't have a problem adding it if it makes the engineers happy. What it's saying is we're giving consent, and obviously we can only give the consent we have the legal authority to give in the capacity we're giving it, and we don't have the power to give consent on behalf of others, so it's implied that we're not giving the consent required to be obtained from others, because we cannot.
All right.
But if it makes some members happy, then happiness is my goal.
Thank you, Santa.
You know what? I'm going to tell you, somehow your face,
Nick, you're on the
your
naughty
face
list.
made it say like you were being an honest, but I felt like you were patronizing me right there.
He's doing that little attorney double.
And then like, if it
saying
makes
what
you
your
feel
career
better-
is patronizing? Do we have a self-image problem?
It was inferred.
Okay, so the legal opinion here is naturally inferred. Are there any other questions for staff on the actual ordinance here? Okay.
I'm sorry, so did we say that we were going to add that?
Yeah, well, I'll add it right now.
All right.
Mr. Mitten's scribbling away. So.
I'll add
We're
whatever.
gonna make a motion.
All right, so I moved we approve Council Bill 2025 TAC 95 with including what Mr. Mitten's going to probably say into the microphone in just a moment.
All right.
And please specifically add LHPC. That'd be great.
These historic people. I wanted him to hear. Including but not limited to building permits,
I've got
SHPO,
language.
LPHC.
Right here. Okay, this would be in addition to the end of section 1 of the resolution, adding the phrase, conditioned on all applicable reviews, including but not limited to Landmarks and Historic Preservation Commission.
I take Mr. Mitten's words into my motion.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Any more discussion? Yes, Mr. West.
I have to abstain on this vote because I have done previous work related to this property for the Children's Museum. Thank you.
Mr. Card.
I just want to say, as we look at this, something that we talked about during the study session, and this is something that is very important to me, is that I appreciate the value of historic buildings, but I also hate to see historic buildings wither away into history. And something that I must say that I'm extremely appreciative to Children's Museum is bringing such awesome life, especially youth life, into a very awesome asset to Medford. Some of my favorite historic buildings are those that have been expanded, and they're willing to risk a little historical integrity for a lot of civic and community pride, and I'm excited to see what they do here. If I was God Emperor of the day, maybe I wouldn't be building a 19,000 square foot addition. It is kind of large, and maybe the X's aren't quite to my style, but in my opinion, that's not my job here to make those decisions. My job is to trust an amazing tenant to do something awesome with an important historic asset, to both boost its utility to the community and make it a building that we want to keep around for many years to come. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Other discussion? Mr. Keating?
Yeah, while I do, kudos to the Children's Museum. I think you have a great mission, and I think you do a great job. But this is one of the treasures of Medford, in my opinion, as far as history goes. And, in regards to the stadium, it's been said, once you lose green space, you don't get it back. And so we're losing a lot of green space here, in my opinion, that we're not going to get back.
All right. Well, I think a very detailed conversation, and I appreciate everyone kind of thinking through this quite a bit, and a lot of the work by the applicant and staff on that. I think we're ready to take roll.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
No.
and John Quinn.
Yes.
So we have 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
All right. We should be, Mr. Minton, we're good on that, aren't we?
Yes, we are. It's a resolution, so majority controls.
Perfect. All right, motion carries. We are on to 90.1, a public hearing, but, okay. So before the public hearing, I'd like to remind everyone that the rules of decorum previously outlined are still applicable. Violation of the decorum policy may result in your removal from council chambers. This evening, we have 1 land use legislative hearing. If you'd like to speak during this hearing, please complete a blue public comment form to be called for. 90.1, Mr. Minton.
Sorry, Your Honor, just putting my papers back together. I will have my agenda open in just a second.
Take your time.
Okay. 90.1 is an ordinance amending section 10.110 of the Medford Municipal Code as it pertains to position appointments to the Site Plan and Architectural Commission. This is land use legislative.
All right, thank you very much. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Carla Palladino with your Planning Department. This evening, I'll go through the proposal, talk a little bit about the authority and criteria of this application, talk a little bit about the project background and scope, just talk through the code revisions, which are just a few things, give you some background on the public, agency, and commission comments, give you the Planning Commission's recommendation, and ask for council action. So this evening, we are amending the development code, one section specifically, 10.110. This is the section that talks about the Site Plan Architectural Commission membership and kind of the composition, their roles and responsibilities, things like that. And so we're looking at taking the current membership from 9 members to 7 members. The authority and criteria this evening, this is a type 4 legislative amendment. The Planning Commission is the recommending body. City Council is the approving authority. There are 5 criteria that have been addressed in your council report. 4 of those are found to be satisfied and 1 not applicable. In terms of background, so in May of this year, the commission or the council had asked planning staff to look at SPAC membership and look at the licensed landscape position. We had had trouble filling that position in the past, and it was identified that we maybe needed to change kind of how that looked. And so we removed that position. That evening when that was approved, the council did ask staff to go back and look at reducing the commission membership from 9 to 7. So in October, between May and October, we drafted code, we took it through the Site Plan Architectural Commission, we took it to Planning Commission, received their feedback, and in October brought those discussions to you during study session. We talked about 3 options in October. The first one to remove the 2 at-large positions, the second being removing 1 at-large and 1 Planning Commission liaison position, and the third would be to disband the commission altogether. SPAC, Planning Commission, and Council favored option A. So in terms of code revisions, just some slight changes. We'd be looking at striking the word 9, changing it to 7. And we would be striking the at-large position from 5 to 3. And then there's a paragraph that talks about the preference of making sure that we fill appropriate positions based on the professional list. So again, from 5 to 3. There were no public or agency comments on this proposal. In terms of the SPAC and PC discussions at their study sessions, all of them did favor option A. They really do appreciate the professional requirements that are on the SPAC. They want to make sure that that's carried forward. They also appreciate the Planning Commission liaison position in that role, and so they did vote for option A. Planning Commission did have a hearing on October 23rd. They voted 8-0 in favor of option A. And staff would ask that you approve the ordinance as submitted. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, questions? Kevin?
Thank you so much for this, and thank you for the council for entertaining this idea, and I'm glad it has support and got to us. Is this effective as of January 1st? Because my understanding is there's 8 SPAC members right now, because we did not fill the 1 vacancy. So at some point, 1 person will roll off, and then we'll have 7. So do you know when this takes effect?
So the ordinance goes into effect upon approval. And then, as you said, we have 1 vacancy already, and then once that other at-large position, their position expires, and it would go off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Which
Thank you.
could be another year or so. I don't know that they're up for,
That I don't know.
yeah. So I don't think that they're expiring right away. So it could be a while that we would still have the 8.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Other questions? All right.
I have didn't we just interview for this position? We did.
Other questions? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone present tonight that would like to testify in this matter? Actually, I'm really supposed to ask if there's anyone that signed up. Anybody sign up? Anybody want to testify? Okay. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Motion.
I move to approve Council Bill 2025, TAC 96.
Second.
Okay. I actually got to, I heard it to Nick first, so.
Next to you.
No. I'm sharp. I'm sharp. Discussion. A little bit on the history, how you're excited to move this forward this way.
I think I already said it.
Nick?
Say it again.
Let's do it.
Okay.
If you can't feed a large pizza, or if you can't feed a committee with a large pizza, you got too many people, so.
There you go. Winnie, will you call the roll, please?
Looks like we need to cut some more.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Garrett West,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
and Jessica Ayers.
Yes.
We have 6 yes.
Okay, that passes, and we're on to council business, as I have no proclamations.
All righty, council business. First thing first, we had a great council officers meeting. 5 items on the agenda, but 1 got struck. First item, Treasurer Wheeler Wall of Remembrance. I saw Mayor Wheeler was in the audience earlier. It's too bad that he didn't stick around for this. Mr. West.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Most unfortunate. Former Mayor Wheeler lost his wife, Dr. Treasurer Wheeler, earlier this year. Dr. Wheeler dedicated more than 5 decades to the well-being of Medford's children, our families, and our community institutions. In addition to supporting her husband, she contributed directly through her own professional leadership, extensive volunteer work, and many partnerships that she built across Southern Oregon, the state, and nationally. She had a distinguished career as a doctor of optometry, specializing in children's vision. She was president of the Oregon Optometric Association, 1979 to 1980. She was a fellow of the College of Optometrists and Vision Development, the recipient of the Oregon Young Optometrist Award of the Year, many outstanding Women of the Year awards, more than I could count. She was board chair of the Southern Oregon State College Learning Disability Center, and she received the Army Achievement Award citation. I know personally that she was beloved in our community and she shaped the lives of many from Medford. And for that reason, I am moving to recognize Dr. Treasure Wheeler's life of devoted service to Medford's children, families, and the greater community by adding her name to the Wall of Remembrance.
Second.
All righty. A motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I got to know Treasurer quite a bit through the different, functions that, she attended with Gary, and she's always super nice. Like such a nice woman, and really always very energetic as well. So it's a big loss for the community for her service, as Garrett mentioned, and this is a nice remembrance for her, the things that she's done for our community.
Any other discussion? Go ahead. No.
So I can't give the numbers, which means I probably shouldn't sit down, but when we were originally talking about this and looking back at some stuff, she was not the first woman optometrist in Oregon. However, the numbers were staggering at the time when she had gone to school of just an absolutely overwhelmingly male dominated profession and just a real kind of an early pioneer into the field. And clearly you listen to all the great accolades about that, and that's really impressive. I was always impressed by the fact that she played on the boys' high school golf team in high school, because there was no girls' team, and she was convinced she could teach anybody how to putt. And I should have taken her up on it because it's just not there. So, at any rate, I'm glad to see this moving forward. Thank you, Garrett.
All right. All those in favor, or any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All righty. She is adopted, or that motion is adopted. Congratulations, Dr. Wheeler. All right, second item. Boards and commissions, decorum and respect towards staff. This is an item brought to us by Councilor West. Basically, we had a brief discussion on some concerns. We had a couple incidents with some of our boards and commissions members. We've had as a long-time issue concern around attendance. And so what staff brought to us was some formal steps that we're going to go through to try to help tighten up our boards and commissions. So Bonnie is going to be doing, in February when the boards and commissions start, she's going to be doing a training on, discrimination, professionalism, decorum, all that kind of stuff to help make sure that the members of our boards and commissions understand the correct conduct. They all go through today and sign a thing, but as we all know, you sign a lot of forms, and it's much better when you actually have something gone through. And Winnie is going to go through and do some training with the staff liaisons for our boards and commissions, so that way they understand the correct procedures to report on attendance and any issues that come up. That way we as council can get regular reports, ensuring we are up to date. If we have attendance issues, we can fix those immediately, or if we have any kind of personnel issues, we can also step in and address those. So that was the second item. Any questions on that? Third item, boards and commissions. Councilor West has brought some draft code language to officers, just to give a summary of kind of the process that we would go through. If we decide as council, I'll give Garrett a chance to talk about what he's doing. If council approves it, we would basically allocate legal time to go through and review that language, and then we would have a briefing or a study session where that would come back to us for us to make a determination if we want to actually move forward. So, Mr. West, if you want to talk about...
Yes, so this goes somewhat in the same vein of many of the things we've been talking about over the year. We have many different boards and commissions, committees, and agencies throughout the city that throughout the last century and a half have been added and then added and added. And it gets a bit disorganized over time. And what I'd like to do, it's much folded, but I'd like to basically, step one is to organize these boards and commissions and agencies into somewhat of their distinct roles. Some of these boards and commissions are just fact finders, and they provide us with some recommendations. Some of them engage in quasi-judicial hearings and have adjudicatory powers. And then some other ones engage in policymaking and adopt budgets and spend money somewhat like the city council does. And over time, I have felt that there has been somewhat of a drift in some of the city policymaking because of this ad hoc construction of our committees over time. I have developed some code language that I'd like Mr. Mitten's office to review that would amend Chapter 2 of our municipal code and would allow us to ensure that the city's policy arms are much more unified. In particular, ensuring that the city council has a greater weight in the other policymaking bodies that help the city of Medford run. So right now, I'm just asking for some time from Mr. Mitten's office to develop code language that I have, or to go over my current draft, so that at a future time, we can have a study session or something along those lines, and then at a future time, have this kind of policy come before us for more in-depth discussion.
I'll just point out too, because I think these are some features that you brought up that I think are really interesting, is also governing some of the conduct in terms of minutes and where meetings are held, some of the things that have been, as you said, a little ad hoc, but trying to standardize those in the spirit of transparency. That's something that I think is very interesting and important to really create some standardization around where important meetings are, and so the public doesn't have to play whack-a-mole with the million different conference rooms and different facilities we have.
Yes, exactly. I should have mentioned that. There are various state statutes that regulate public meetings, but I feel that locally we have our own way of doing things in order to provide even a more heightened ability for the public to view our public meetings, and I want to ensure that that's a comprehensive policy throughout the city. Thank you.
Mr. Keating.
Yeah, Garrett, are you suggesting that changing the actual power structures in the committees and commissions?
No. Not at all. I am suggesting that maybe city council members should be seated on certain commissions as allowed by law and by our charter. And I am asking that we ensure that some of those commissions have better meeting requirements.
Great.
Any other questions for Mr. West? Mr. Stein.
Yeah, I mean, every time when it comes to boards and commissions, it's always, to me, I know this might be a little bit off of what you're going for, which I'm looking at now, and it makes perfect sense. But I think we always need to be, all our boards and commissions are advisory in some way to us, right? Obviously, some of them have approvals, and some of them might have minor policy things that happen for like Parks and Rec, things like that, when they're doing certain smaller budgetary things, right? But we always need to look at, like, what do we have that, if we don't necessarily have an agenda for, right, from council down to them, then that's not the best use of everyone's time, right? Of staffing that, having people meet, right? Everything that we are spending the time to appoint these good people to, it should, in my opinion, like, come back to us. It's like we don't know maybe very specific things, right? And so we're getting people that do have a big interest in things like public art acquisition, right? Like there's a thing that maybe we don't know, but we can go find 5 people that really care deeply about that. And it's the same with the other commissions and committees and boards. So those are the things that I think of. It's you know, we've done small things to combine duties. We've done small things with, you know, a reduction in a couple of the committees and commissions because it's just not bubbling back up to us. But those are the things that I think about when we have maybe a deeper discussion of, like, what do these places do and how does that help us? Or maybe it's the opposite. It's like, hey, we don't have something, right? Maybe there's something that we need to have 5 or 7 members to sit down and help us make these policy decisions, give us more input. Landmarks is one of those, right? I don't have a landmarks background, but I know that we have a commission that focuses on that from people that care about that, and can give us an advisory opinion. And those things are really important to have. So that's just my general thoughts on how way we do business there. Next.
Any other questions? Do you want to make a motion?
I move that we allocate 4 hours at least of
Necessary
necessary
staff
hours
time?
necessary.
I would recommend necessary time instead of a clock. One of the reasons I got into this business so I don't have to keep timesheets like you do.
Oh, I'm sure. Okay, so I'll withdraw that motion. I move to allocate necessary staff time to review my draft amendment to the municipal code.
And bring it back to council at a study session?
And bring it back to council at a study session.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Great. Congratulations, Mr. Minton.
Thank you very much.
I went like this.
Oh, what was? Was that? Oh,
I was just gonna-
I thought that was a yay. Symbol.
Well, that's implicit.
Oh, okay.
I think, looking at Garrett's draft, I think I'd be also interested in knowing the legality of having it be a shall have council members on certain committees, not just it is the policy of the city council too. So as Mr. Minton's reflecting on how things square with other aspects of the law, maybe he should think about that as well.
And with all due respect to Mr. West, I was looking at it as a rough draft and not just something to rubber stamp.
Oh, well,
Yes,
I wasn't
absolutely.
suggesting that, Eric. I just I'm
Bleed
gonna
all
be-
over it, Eric. Red ink. I mean, let's see. Come
I'm
on.
going to ask you about it at the study
Oh.
session, so I'm just letting you know that that would be good to look at.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Moving on, fourth item was a technical assistance grant, but that got struck off the agenda. Lovely when those things happen. Last thing is exciting. We got the preliminary population numbers from Portland State for 2025. Medford is 89,946 people. We are 54 people off of 90,000. So. And the numbers are all being revised upwards. We had, if you recall, we had a little concern around the numbers sort of going backwards, even though we were not going backwards. Those are all sort of moving in the right direction. So those are all some really good things. Next item on the agenda, committee reports. Does anyone have any board or commission liaison reports? Don't everybody raise your hand at once. Do you want to go? Do you want to talk about our regional rate committee?
Oh, I can. No, I'm going to let you do that. Actually, I've got notes on that.
Wow.
I will. Okay, regional rate committee met. Pretty quiet meeting, other than one of the biggest things that we talked about. Oh, you know what? I wrote them down, so now I got to do this off the top of my head. One of the more interesting things that came out of that is September 9th, we were running quite a bit over on preliminary estimates for how much the wastewater treatment plant was going to cost. So they had a big sort of value engineering meeting, sit down at a table and kick a bunch of stuff around. And essentially by changing one of the filters in the facility and deferring a couple of other items to later, there was essentially a $45 million cost reduction that was experienced. So we are back on, let's say, back on budget with the current estimates. The downside to the choice, the type of filter originally requires less operation and maintenance. So is there maybe a long-term cost out of that? Maybe yes, maybe no. They actually did also then redesign a different part of the plant to maybe help mitigate some of the issues with that. There's also now they've done some more background studies in the river and perhaps our allowable loading of some of of phosphorus specifically, we may be allowed to go up a little bit on that. So again, a couple things to get that back down. So the majority of the meeting was fairly just straightforward. It's just that was the sort of the big thing that came up on that. What was the second part we talked about? So that was the big thing.
Mm-hmm. And then financials and then schedule.
Just question on that?
Schedule. Oh, one of the issues that we are running into is that we are still not closed on our loan yet.
Oh, yes.
And
That's a big issue.
so if you broke if we just use these rough numbers of $300 million for the wastewater treatment plant, about 147, I can say numbers, Ryan? About 147 of that was anticipated to be funded through the federal WIFIA program. So if for whatever reason that does not work out, here's the couple of disadvantages. The couple of disadvantages is one of the pluses to the WIFIA loan is you don't actually start repayment until 5 years after substantial completion. So that really, it doesn't mean that it's free, but it gives us a longer ramp up time on as far as rates go to be able to pay for that. So that sort of changes that. Also, it's a little better interest rate as well. So the real impact is if a WIFIA loan doesn't close is a more accelerated rate change in structure, and not necessarily that we have to go to a higher. Oh, fine, Ryan, go ahead.
I was sort of patiently waiting. Ryan Martin, your Chief Financial Officer. I did get a call from the EPA today with an update. I was not supposed to say anything. I did not get a call from the EPA today saying that some loans are starting to close. We are not at that point yet, but they are hopeful that we will be closing sometime in the near future. So did just want to point that out. Thank you.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. And actually, there's only been, I think, one closed up until whatever this, let's say, rumor of more loans closing. Only one had closed in the nation, and that was actually for Lake Oswego this year. So we're not alone in that. They're having a closer eye on all those. But you said you had a question?
Yeah. So we don't really have any control over cost overruns between now and the time this is finished. Then is that correct? I mean,
no control, like control of inflation or things of that nature.
Well, we haven't locked in the amount that we're on the hook for, basically the 300 million.
I don't know that I'm following your question 100%. Can it end up as more expensive than 300? I think the answer is yes. I think as we go along, these are all estimates. We do not have a guaranteed maximum price right now.
That's what I was
asking.
asking.
Somebody else at risk. So we're still at risk right now.
Okay.
Got it. I also attended the, along with Counselor, did you want to talk about that?
No, go ahead.
No. You know what?
It's the mic show.
I'm done.
Quinn?
I'll start with pleasant news, and yes, Mayor and Councilor West and Randy Sparacino and I all attended the Diwali celebration by the Pacific Hindu Foundation, and it was a delightful get-together with even more delightful people. It was actually a really good time, and I would say enjoyed by all, and the food was off the hook. But the company was excellent as well, and it was wonderful to be invited, and we hope to be invited every year. It was a good time with good people. That was the good part. The less good part is this last meeting today of RVSS was the last meeting that Carl Tappert had. He's retiring early for health reasons, and he is an outstanding man apart from what he does for a living. And as I've mentioned many times, RVSS just spins beautifully like a top. It's just so well run. It's insane. And so there was some emotion at Carl's last meeting after being there for over 20 years. And he will be very, very missed, both his pleasant presence as a person and his outstanding skill as a director. It's a big loss. And we wish him the very, very best in all ways.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Mr. West?
I attended the Medford Water Commission study session and meeting today. The study session went over the cost of service adjustment. I did want to publicly thank the cities of Central Point, Phoenix, and Talent for sending representatives to the study session to discuss rate increases. It's very important that the sister cities have a voice at that kind of discussion. And I did want to state that there will be a public hearing on December 3rd at the Water Commission. I believe that's at noon, in the noon hour, Prescott Room over at the Police Department, to discuss the impending rate increases. So, thank you.
Any other committee or commission reports? RV MPO and the RV Act are both on holiday schedule, so we're not meeting for a while. So no transportation happens in the valley, none. Other than that, I have no more committee reports.
So one thing I would bring up is when we were having our board and commission interviews, there was one of the persons I was discussing I was talking about a focus group, and everyone said, what's going on with that? So as part of our priority that we're working on with the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, one of the things we're discovering is we see this the public sentiment kind of shown in writing that the number one thing that the public wants worked on is homelessness. And then there's a little bit of a disconnect with how much additional homeless service has been provided. And again, that perception that homeless is the number one problem. We have essentially 0 illegal campgrounds in the city of Medford. A lot of effort has gone in. And I think overall, if you ask anybody, they'll talk about how much better it is, but that still lags. So one of the things that we're doing is trying to get a little better feel on what that public sentiment is. So we started with a focus group with business owners in what we would consider maybe higher traffic areas that engage with the homeless community, and try to parse out the difference between what we might consider illegal activity and sort of homeless behavior. So of that, we had the RCC facilities director, we had RBTD, we had what do they call it? Lost prevention officers from Walmart and Target, and various other people in the community to get a kind of a gauge on that. And that's where you heard her talking about trying to set up sort of an ad hoc group between retailers and the city to deal with that. Other than we are also reviewing quite a bit of data that we have to try to get a better handle on all this. What's interesting is that I've been seeing through the group that we're in that at least 6 other cities are all experiencing the same issue, where the numbers that they have on actual crime are not matching the amount of what we would consider public perception, and trying to address the basic feelings of safety in communities. So that's one of the offshoots on that. We're also going to do a focus group basically with residents, and one of the keys on that, we're engaging all the neighborhood watch captains as well as all of our VIC members to try and get a little sense of what their feelings are in the community. So at any rate, that's where that stemmed from on Monday.
Any other board and commission reports? Going once, going twice. Last item of council business, we have an appointment. We have 3 appointments to make. This is for the pro tem judges. The municipal judge recommends, the mayor appoints, and city council confirms appointments. Mr. Mayor, would you like to read your appointment?
Absolutely. And I've worked with the Judge Greer on these, and so I would like to appoint John Blackhurst, Charles Boland, Lisa Greif, William Haberlack, Ryan Mulkins, and Lawrence Parker as municipal judges pro tem for 3-year terms beginning February 1st, 2026 and ending January 31st, 2029. Municipal Court Judge Virginia Greer has approved these appointments.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All righty. It was in doubt there for a second,
A little nervous.
Yeah. Any discussion about the candidates? All right. All those in favor of the appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Great. Congratulations to the judges.
Yep, wonderful.
That
Thank you for
concludes
their service to the
council
community.
business.
Ms. Grady, you got any staff reports? Maybe 3 of them?
Yes,
Well,
we do.
two and one? No, just one. Oh, I guess Mitten's taking over. For the audience, we do have 3, but Debbie's not put on the spot for him, so.
Didn't mean to jump the gun there. Just saw that I was first on the agenda and just got excited. All right, so what I'm here to talk about is an appointment of an interim executive director for the Medford Urban Renewal Agency. So, history of this is Harry Weiss was Mira's executive director through October of 2024, at which point he took the Hotel California retirement plan, where he still hangs around as a very incredibly useful product specialist, but is no longer full-time, gets to enjoy a bit of time away from the rest of us stooges here in City Hall. So in October 2024, the city manager was appointed the Mira interim executive director. The reason that we didn't for the past year have a full-time executive director, and we're not looking in the near future to have a full-time executive director, is as we spend down what's left in Mira 1.0, and when Mira 2.0 is first stood up and is just starting to gather tax increment financing, there's not going to be that critical mass of funding that would need a full-time person to manage and do projects with. And so it's kind of a transition period for the agency. And so the city council does have authority to appoint an interim executive director of Mira. There's two different procedural pathways under the city center revitalization plan, basically the bylaws of Mira. What we've historically done is that city council can just say, this is the person who shall be the executive director of Mira. And so the proposal before you tonight is that Michelle King, our planning director, would also manage Mira until such a time as a full-time executive director is needed. One of the, and I know people love this word, synergies, is that the planning director already works a lot with downtown plans that coincide naturally with what Mira would be doing in the urban renewal district. There's a lot of subject matter overlap and expertise overlap there. This would include a stipend above and beyond her planning director salary. There will be a action in tonight's Mira meeting when a bunch of unrelated people who all look suspiciously like you will evaluate whether or not to approve that. But just as a preview of that, we would be looking at an $18,000 per year stipend for taking on this additional workload, these additional responsibilities. I understand that was gone through a process and was considered appropriate for the additional involvement there. And so with that, we do have a recommended motion, but I'd also be happy to answer any questions the council has.
Oh, sorry. Garrett.
I'm sorry, are you saying council gets to appoint the interim planning director, or are you saying Mira does?
Council gets to appoint the interim executive director of Mira.
Okay, thank you.
But then Mira needs to approve paying them. So
okay,
even
that
though they're
makes
two
more
different
sense.
rules, I hope that the decision would be the same on both sides of the fence.
Okay. All right, now I'm back up to speed. Kevin.
And I just want to make very clear, this does not mean Harry goes away. Harry is staying. I've tried to figure out what Harry's plan is. Harry's plan is to keep going as long as we'll have him for the first Mira, right? So he does not necessarily want to, like some permanent person in the future will do with the Mira 2.0. But Harry's happy to stick around for all the current projects that we're talking about with the first iteration of Mira. Yes. So just because I've been asking that question, like I heard he retired and he wasn't going to work here anymore. I was like, what's going on? So he'll be here in just a moment, but that's what I got from him is he's sticking around. He's still doing that day to day when it comes to the 1.0, and then this is primarily for future planning of getting the 2.0 off the ground.
Agreed. This motion has zero effect on Harry's current status.
Other questions or a motion? Garrett West.
I move to appoint planning director Michelle King to be the interim executive director of Mira, superseding the existing interim.
Second. Motion and second. Any discussion? Mr. West?
I just wanted to thank Michelle. You know, having a planning director leave the city made me very nervous because you never know what will happen in planning departments. And I want to say how much I appreciate you being here and how smooth sailing things have been. So thank you.
So, Kev.
I was just going to recommend voice vote.
Okay, everyone comfortable with that? Sure. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Minton. Public Works.
Eric can do that too. Yeah. Is that on? Or?
That's on, yeah.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dawn Easley. I'm the Public Works Operation Manager, and I'm just here to give you a brief overview of how our winter weather preparedness. So we've started thinking about winter weather around August. We get the equipment in to service it and make sure there isn't anything we need to order. We prepare to get the tires installed. We stockpile sanding material. We conduct a really great sander, snowplow, chainsaw training program. We have employees that have been with us for a long time that have a lot of experience in winter weather response, either with the city or other jobs they've worked at, and they conduct a training program. We put fallen trees out, and they learn, the newer employees learn how to buck up trees in a controlled environment with somebody to advise them. And they get to push around gravel with the snow plows and learn how to mount and dismount a snow plow in a kind of controlled environment with someone to help. And we do all of this so that when we're out in the wind and the rain and the snow, we're prepared. And it's a really great program. It gives some ownership to everyone, but it's really helped newer employees come along. And this year I established a contract for some additional on-call snowplow, just on an as-needed in case we have another multi-day event. I thought it would be nice to have someone else to relieve our staff. In the last event, we worked 12-hour shifts day after day, and so we thought it'd be nice to have some options. The equipment, this is thanks to council for supporting us throughout the years. In 2022, we didn't have one snowplow. Now we have 6, so that's a marked improvement. And we have added some newer sanders. We had some 30-year-old sanders in our fleet that were quite troublesome. And so we've added some inserts into current vehicles that we use. So we have 4 sander inserts now, and we have a de-icer truck. We always relied on ODOT to do our de-icing, and now we have our own program. So that's exciting. Snow and ice response is just really about preparation, and we're checking the weather daily, making sure that there isn't any kind of event that might be occurring. If there's an event that might be occurring, we ask for signups for people. If the weather service is more direct, we'll put people on a shift. We really want to cover the night shift so that morning travel is good for everyone. So we will switch to a 12-hour shift where we have people at night and during the day so that we can keep critical routes open. We focus mainly on arterials and collectors and hospital routes, so that's our focus. And we really want to set an expectation level. If there's 1 to 2 inches of slush on the valley floor, we'll get out the snow plows and we'll start plowing streets. You can find our critical routes that we have at the Medford Land Information GIS platform, and they will show our 4 sanding routes. As I said, they're focused on arterials and collectors, but they're also focused in the hills on steep slopes and things like that. And our de-icer program kind of focuses a little different than snow removal because we're proactive with that based on temperature and conditions. And so we can put the de-icer down to prevent icing and make it easier to remove the ice if we have any ice. And that's short and sweet. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a couple questions, but I just want to say thanks so much for providing this. I think that's it's great for everyone to hear this. Mr. Card.
So one of the things that I was thinking about, because I'll never pass up an opportunity to try to make some extra revenue for the city, have we looked at contracting to, I appreciated the laugh there, Ryan, have we looked at trying to develop contracts with other communities, with ODOT? I mean, because we've got great resources here in the valley, and we're fortunate that we're on the valley floor, so we don't always get a lot of snow, whereas some of our surrounding communities are higher up. They do receive more impact, and that might be an opportunity for us to deliver them some service. Have we looked at doing anything like that?
We have a Southern Oregon IGA in place with all the communities that the county actually organizes every year, and we share resources all the time. We met out at the county a couple weeks ago just to talk about winter weather preparedness, and all the cities were there, and ODOT and the county, and we discussed how we can help each other. We have a little jurisdictional areas in city limits that are county and ODOT, and it doesn't make sense to drive through the area that's not our jurisdiction with our plows up. So we try and share those resources.
Right. Other questions? It was very complete and comprehensive. Well done.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mitten, you're back up.
We ended up covering that in 80.1, so unless people want an instant replay, we can move on.
I'm good. Council? Anything else from you? Awesome. Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? All right. Seeing none, we're adjourned at 7:55.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So it's 7:55, so Mira will start at what, 8:05?
Sounds good.
I always say 5 minutes, and no one ever shows up at 5 minutes, so we'll do 10 minutes, and then maybe people will show up at 8:05. What's that?
We have 7 present.
Great, we have a quorum. Approval of correction of the minutes from October 15th. Any corrections? Seeing none, they'll stand as approved. Oral request of communications. Winnie, did anyone sign up? Or did anyone give us any oral request of communications? Seeing none, does anyone here want to give us any oral requests and communications that didn't sign up previously? Also seeing none, we'll move on. Consent calendar, nothing. Public hearings, also nothing. Director and staff reports. Capital funding tracker review.
Good evening, board members. This is Michelle King, your interim director, executive director for the MURA board, MURA agency. I'm going to introduce Harry Weiss.
Can you make sure you're talking to the mic, please?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're new to this role, so just
Very new.
making sure you can.
Brand new.
They can hear you at home.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce Harry Weiss, who's going to discuss the first item, 70.1, your capital funding tracker review.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Director. I appreciate that. Okay, you had the tracker was sent out to you in advance in a PDF with a memo. The highlights are the stuff in blue are updated figures or updated details since the last time you saw the tracker. The items in yellow are either new or pending further discussion by the board. In doing these reviews, we put this at the beginning of the agenda in part because we have a couple of funding requests that are on the agenda tonight. So we wanted to make sure that you had an understanding of what's in the pocketbook and what's already spoken for before we try to make any decisions about additional funding decisions or allocations. As a general rule, always want to check in with you about making sure we have sufficient project reserves on hand and any kind of potential reallocations that you all might want to consider. Let me pull up the tracker. Okay, I think most of the items in blue, I tried to put notes there that were fairly self-explanatory. Some of these are final numbers, like our Lithia lease income. That is our final figure through the end of July. We've recorded the net proceeds of the sale of the hotel site at $1.492 million. There is this new item, this repayment of Housing Authority of Jackson County rehab loans. Lo and behold, Jackson County called up and said, "We have a check for you, we need to send it to." And everybody was like, "Well, we have no idea what you're talking about." Evidently, MURA made loans to the Housing Authority 2010. They used it for the homeowner rehab program, which is a sleeping mortgage that is due on sale. Something sold, they said, "We need to send you the money." We're like, great, send us the money. So we recorded the income, and then we also put a receivable on at the bottom of the page. Other one, we adjusted the cost of the downtown master plan parking analysis. That was the final invoice on that project. In yellow, we have the parking management plan that will be on the agenda for your all's consideration this evening. Going on down, I went ahead and put in some of our closing costs for to net out for the sale of the hotel project. And then these 3 big grants, the Children's Museum grant, the Southern Oregon Historical Society grant, which will be heard next meeting on December 3rd. I have Living Waters on here in italics. We are reviewing their application. It appears that there may be some additional scope of work that is required for them to fully meet the seismic code. That's under review. We'll be coming back to you with an update when we have that information. Also, a future decision to be made about potential restriping of 4th Street, which is going to be probably taken up in the spring. Some updated figures on the hotel project in terms of our estimates for SDCs and what our remainder of cash incentive grant will be. I need to tell you that in December, I will be reviewing the BOLI determination on the hotel project that we requested. They have hoovered up a lot of things that we paid for as funds of a public agency. So it reduces our cash contribution to the project for the things that have already been offset by the things that we've paid. Finally, the last 2 yellow items, also in December, I'll be giving a staff report and update on the La Fiesta Market project. We'll have bid documents or final bids in next Wednesday, and we'll have a clear, complete picture of the entire financing of that project to review against the funds that we have kind of allocated at 350. And then this one big plug item, this operating reserves for transition to Mura 2.0. This was a recommendation that came from finance that we really need to reserve some amount of working capital as we get through this period before 2.0 starts generating TIF, and we can actually absorb the administrative and operational costs of the agency out of the new TIF income stream. So that's just a plug number that's open for discussion, and we have plenty of time to explore what that number needs to be. And then finally at the bottom, I updated the valuation of the North Central assemblage based on the appraisal that you all requested that we got back in October, and showing that homeowner rehab loan receivable from the Housing Authority. So big items, we have about, considering if these yellow plug numbers all stay there, you still have $1.9 million of unallocated cash, and we have $3.1 million of land value to utilize in supporting projects. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have about details.
Any questions? Mr. Keating?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might have missed this, but under the 4th and Bartlett Street Element Hotel project, there's a vacation expenses of $10,000. What would those be?
When we vacated Apple and 3rd Street, that was an itemized expense that Mura paid for. It was part of our obligations under our purchase and sale agreement. So I just wanted to categorize that we had some specific expenses associated with the hotel.
Thank you.
So was that Kona or Maui, the vacation expenses?
Is there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move on. All right, resolutions. There's 7 resolutions for consideration tonight.
All right. Chair, 80.1 is Resolution 2025-006, a resolution approving and authorizing execution of an option agreement and agreement of purchase and sale between the Medford Urban Renewal Agency and Stewardship Development, LLC, concerning the development of affordable senior rental housing at 711 to 801 North Central Avenue, Medford, Oregon.
Great. Staff report, please.
Yes, so we are going to be talking about this option agreement. This is the affordable housing project for 100 units of senior housing on the Central Avenue site. It involves the frontage of the property, just the frontage open land. It does not include the warehouse. We would retain the warehouse. Before I get into details about that, I want to introduce 2 people who have come here this evening from Stewardship Development. Amanda Perkins is a partner and CFO of the organization, and Tony DeGuano is one of their finance specialists who helps put together the entire financing package. I've asked Amanda to do a real brief introduction of Stewardship so that you have a better sense of who they are, not just getting it from me. And then Tony is on tap as we get into the meat and details of the option agreement to answer questions about the financial structure of the proposed deal. So with Amanda, I will ask you to come forward. And I don't know if this will, okay. There you go.
Oh, just
hit the right button.
Right.
And all of that.
Mira Board, thank you for having me. I'm Amanda Perkins. I'm with Stewardship Development. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about who we are. Stewardship Development has been around since 2000, but Stewardship as an organization has been around since 1989. We are centrally in Eugene, but we have other locations. We are in 4 states, about 40 employees. We have 700 properties, strong balance sheet, cash reserves, which made our foray into affordable development work very well because we had a really strong balance sheet to support that. Our ownership structure is myself, and I have 2 business partners, Greg Whiteley and Bill Sirius, who's the founding member of Stewardship, who began Stewardship in Eugene in 1989. The rest of our team rounded out by Becky Morley and Matt Perkins, our project managers, Natalie, Development Operations Coordinator, Tori, Tony, who's with me, is a consultant that we've been working with for many years. And then our other consultant who helps us on the application side of things is Donna Morris. So far, stewardship development, we have completed 3 projects, one in Lincoln City, one in Portland, and one in Eugene. These are leased up, stabilized projects. We have 2 that are rounding out construction. One just over the mountain in Klamath Falls, and if the weather holds, we'll be laying the rest of our paving and coming online in a couple of weeks. And we explored Houston, Texas, and that one's gonna come online at the end of December or early January. We're currently closing 2 projects in Washington State, one a little north of Seattle. In 2 weeks, we're gonna close that one, and then one over in central Washington, Pathways Place. We have one project in Oregon that we're working on closing. We received approval through Housing Stability Council to move forward with our Phoenix, Oregon project. It was one of the first projects that went through the ORCA with the 4% LIHTC once they picked that back up. So Housing Stability Council met in August, and we are closing in March to begin construction in Phoenix. It's 88 units, family development, on-site resident services, and yeah, that's that's Phoenix, sorry. And that's a little bit about stewardship, and we're gonna talk a little bit, or Tony's gonna talk a little more fully about what our plan would be for this Medford project for senior housing.
Councilor Ayers.
I have lots of questions. Okay, so it looks like a lot of your projects are low-income based. All of them?
All
or-
of our stewardship development stuff is LIHTC, low
Okay,
income.
okay.
Prior to the development, it's all market rate.
Okay. I look at a lot of financing projects, and there's been a lot of assisted living facilities that are failing, and new owners are taking over. So one, you have a lot of projects that are new. I mean, you say they're stabilized. I don't know exactly what that means in terms of occupancy at this point. And then, do you have any concerns about being able to fully occupy them? Is it sustainable to grow that fast? I have so many questions.
Great questions. Okay, so full disclosure, at the very beginning, it's a, lease up can be really frantic, and, you have to get your construction loan converted, and you're, moving people in, and there is a honeymoon period of about like 6 months where things are great, and then things get real. And so then you kind of transition through that and stabilize. So our Lincoln City project, right out of the gate, it has a lot to do with just the makeup of it. It's mostly 1-bedroom apartments. It's not a senior project, but it mostly has seniors that live there. We did not have, that one's easy. It's full all the time. All of our projects are actually full all the time. It's just some people don't pay. Our Eugene project, we had bad management out of the get-go, so we took over as property management, and we had to basically reposition a brand new property, and that took about a year. And so it took about a year to get it back, to get it so that it was performing. And then like another year of kind of, fixing some of the tenant base to make sure that it all fit within the family environment that we wanted to have, encouraging people that maybe shouldn't be there to kind of move on and that sort of things within the constraints of the laws. So that one is great. Our Amanda Court project in Portland, we had to take that over from property management as well, and we are just in our second year of finally getting it to where we want it to be. We think we could have done a better job if we didn't have third-party property management involved, but we have always managed our own properties. We feel like as owners, you can do the best job with it. But because we were new to LIHTC, our equity investors required that we use third-party property management, and it was tough. So that's where that is. And our Lincoln City project, we're actually partnered with the Housing Authority, and they manage it. And they do a great job with it.
So quick follow-up, in regards to the project here, I'm assuming you've done some feasibility market research to determine that the needs here
Yes.
and that it will be successful and that this is the right location for it.
Yes, whenever we build a new project in an area, we do all of the market studies. We want to make sure that it's a good project in the right place. We also continue to feel that there is just a need for nice, safe, comfortable housing, and in that affordability that people, can be at. And sometimes it even means a little below the limits, because some of the times the limits can be skewed by other things that are going on in the market. So,
Other questions? Mayor?
So for your Phoenix property, you're talking about all the services that are provided there. I guess two questions. The first is, who provides the services that you listed out in the Phoenix project?
our resident services, we our preferred and who we would use there is, or who we are using in Phoenix, is a nonprofit out of Eugene called Cornerstone Community Housing. They're also a nonprofit developer, and we are partnering with them on another project. They provide very robust services, kind of tailored to the individual community, and we have them at our Lincoln City project. We have them in Eugene, and they're amazing. They will be in Klamath Falls as well. Unfortunately, we do not have them in Portland. We wish we could. We have a different nonprofit partner, and the services are lacking. The resident services are not really happening there in the way that we really like to. So property management is trying to fill that void, because property management is one thing, but providing the residents services and help and assistance and guidance and education and, food subsidy if they need, food baskets if they need, that sort of stuff to sort of build a community, that's what can make or break these projects for us, is what we have learned.
And then who would you envision, or what services do you envision for the proposed project that we're looking at, and who would provide those?
We would continue our partnership with Cornerstone Community Housing. They service other projects in this area, but if they don't, they'll hire another person for it. It would be a lot about food resources and coordinating transportation for seniors, that sort of thing. It would be geared towards that population, and food's a big need.
And so maybe I missed it. Is the one in Phoenix also a senior facility? No.
Phoenix is family.
So it's a different demographic.
Different demographic. Food is always at the top of the list, and then because there's a lot of larger units there, there's a lot of services that they provide for the children, even if it's just like at Halloween, having a Halloween party, that sort of thing. So.
And then, just so I'm clear, is Stewardship Development, is that a nonprofit?
We are a for-profit developer.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Did you have a hand raised? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Card.
So one of the things that I am interested in is sort of your perspective on this location.
Hang on a second. So I think this is the part we're kind of talking about the history, then we're going to get into the current project. So if you have history of that's the part for this, and we'll get to that momentarily. I do have a history question.
Sure.
So these that we've seen, these Oregon-based, you have acquired lift and LIHTC funding for these ones. What is the typical amount of time it takes you to get that funding? Not like, oh, you're on the list, but
Right.
like actually have it now.
So with our Phoenix project, we were awarded lift in the 2023 funding cycle. And then there was no 4% tax credit to go with it. So we had to give our $15 million lift award back. and go through the Orca project, or Orca process. So we did have a leg up in that once we got our lift, we went full speed ahead with architecture planning, getting the permits submitted, and then kind of halted. And so when the Orca opened for us was March of 2025, we immediately submitted intake. And by August, we could prove we were project ready. We have ready to issue, for permits. Like, we're ready to close that project. We could close it tomorrow, but we're actually being held up a little bit by OHCS just because they're catching up from the backlog. So we were at the top of the list for the funding. And what we've kind of learned and are learning through this process is if we submit our intake and we start working with our production analyst and, answer their questions, figure some things out, and move through the process, it's not a matter if you'll get funded, because you're not, it's not in a competition anymore. It's a matter of when. So it's about the resources. And full disclosure, we don't believe there would be funding for this Medford project until the next biennium, because a lot of the funds, because there was, so many people clamoring because nothing happened for, almost 2 years, it felt like. And so many of those resources are allocated that we will be, probably waiting until that 2027. But in the meantime, we would get as far as we could until the process, until they could give us, till we could get to the financial eligibility piece.
Great, understood, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to the next part where we're talking about the specific project here. So you have the floor.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Tony DeGuano. I'm with Stewardship Development. I'm a consultant. My background and my history have been in affordable housing, LIHTC production for about 22 years. Started out in property management, asset management. I've done underwriting, originations. Spent about 15 years of my career working in tax credit syndication. So my background is very distinctly in LIHTC. You had a question?
Sorry, I was expecting a presentation based on
That's
Kevin's
what I thought.
comments.
So was there a presentation about your current project?
We didn't have any slides for that, no, specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what we were talking about doing is 100 units of senior for this site.
So my question is around the location.
Yeah.
It is backing up to an active railway. It is adjacent to a tire facility. My family owns a trucking company. I have had the pleasure of working in a shop, listening to tire guns going off at all hours of the day. Frankly, when I think of like safe and nice, and forgive me, you used a bunch of lovely adjectives about senior housing, which I all agree with. This site doesn't scream any of those to me. In fact, it screams the opposite. And so I don't know if you could talk a little bit about this site. How does that compare to other sites that you've developed? And what kind of mitigation strategies do you have for ensuring that all the happy adjectives that we talk about, which are very important to me when we think about senior housing, affordable housing, we don't want to create new slums in Medford. We want things to be nice. And I'm not saying you're building a slum. I'm just saying these are immediately adjacent features that you then don't have control over.
You're absolutely right. That's a very valid question. I understand where you're coming from on it. And most of the work that we end up doing nationally, I've worked in 11 states in my career. You're forced to kind of go where the opportunities lie. And you have to be creative with the work that you can do. And certainly there's going to be mitigation that you're going to have to perform and testing that we're going to have to pass in order for us to be able to ensure that the site is going to be operable. Among those, there's going to have to be noise containment, and we're going to have to do measurements to determine what the rail impact is going to be. My understanding is that that rail line specifically is not active hourly. Am I correct on this? This is the research and study that we did.
I think, I don't know, hourly might be a little strong. We have a spur to the Corp line at our facility out in Central Point, and we have trains that pass us 4 times a day that are north in Central Point. The main shunting yard for Corp is here in Medford, which is immediately what you're immediately adjacent to. So I don't know that hourly is necessarily the same frequency, but like it's something that is a reality of that site.
Yeah, I mean, it's, certainly there's, your concern is very valid, I understand that. All of these sites that are ever developed are going to have to pass tests to make sure that if there's proper mitigation for it, so that if there's a problem with the site, it'll be determined in that testing that will be preemptively before any development occurs.
Any other questions about current development? So my biggest hiccup is, so on that exact site, for 3-4 years, we had a development, and it was gonna be lower income housing, and there's a lot of pretty pictures, and the council went forward, and I know the process is different now than what it was, but the process was they went in 3 times, 3 different years, and said, hey, here's our pretty pictures and our project and how we're gonna help lower income people, and then it didn't happen. So, are you okay? Someone help this gentleman.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Get him a seat. Have him sit down.
Sit down. Here.
Like, literally get him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bonnie, can you call fire for us?
Yeah.
See if you can just sit down.
Yeah, we need
We're
to call
calling,
911.
we're calling 911.
Let's just set him down.
We're just gonna recess.
Does he have?
right, so we're going to move to the next agenda topic, and we'll come back later. So we'll move over to 80.2, which is Resolution 2025 Tax 7, a resolution approving a minor amendment to Section 601C18, property rehabilitation loans. Harry.
Yes. So Alan Moreland and myself and Michelle and Eric, we've all been, kind of following the board's conversations about when are we going to do grants? When are we going to do loans? How do we sort all that out? And so in anticipation, particularly of the funding requests that are coming forward this evening and in the future, we thought we would get the jump on this, that when it comes to grants and loans, the project in the CCRP that applies to that is Project 18, Property Rehabilitation Loans. It's rather explicit about what loan guidelines and protocols the board has to have in place. And it just happens to mention, and grants, but it doesn't have a lot of belt and suspenders on it. So because there's a substantial amount of grant funding that's being requested that we got through Living Waters Church and now in anticipation of Southern Oregon Historical Society, we thought it would be best to do a little bit of editing and beef that section of the code of the plan up to be more explicit about grants. And so we modified the language in the plan to say you have authority to do grants and loans, and the board shall adopt a set of guidelines to help distinguish between when grants and when loans are appropriate, and not just have it be a loan program. So this is really kind of a housekeeping element to expand the definition of the property rehabilitation financing to be explicit about grants. The next item is actually the draft guidelines that we have prepared for your all's consideration that distinguishes when loans and when grants would be most appropriate based on statute, based on our plan, and what the intentions and outcomes of the project are. So this is really, like I said, just kind of a housekeeping element to update the language in the plan to make it explicit.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I move approval of Resolution 2025-007.
Second.
Yes.
I saw a finger point at Councilor Ayers, so she will get the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Garrett West,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Kevin Stein.
Yes.
Mayor Zarasinski,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
and Kevin Keating.
Yes.
We have 7 yes.
Thank you very much. Next up, 80.3.
Mr. Chair, 80.3 is Resolution 2025-008, a resolution adopting guidelines for the consideration and approval of grants and loans.
Great.
Okay, so because you all just said you had to adopt guidelines, now we're going to adopt some guidelines. And keep in mind that this is a living document. This is not something that is adopted into the plan. This is a policy framework. It's amendable at any time by simple vote of the board. We don't have any special process over changing guidelines in the future. What we did is we looked at Chapter 457, which is the urban renewal chapter, so we wanted to make sure that it was aligned with the statutory requirements. We looked at the urban renewal plan, the city center revitalization plan, and made sure that a set of guidelines was in compliance with those guiding principles that determine our work. In distinguishing, when is a grant most appropriate as opposed to a loan, we do recognize that there are certain kinds of projects that have significant community benefits that are not commercial in nature. They are constrained by nonprofit capacity limits on what their resources are and how they can do their projects. And they really bring kind of a more intangible value, community value to bear in downtown and are not readily monetized as you would expect in a commercial development. Whereas a loan would be appropriate, for example, the Elks Lodge, which is a commercial investment property. It's a revenue generating private project. They have collateral availability, and it was a good way to kind of use the TIF to goose their project, but it doesn't drain the TIF in any significant manner. So The other aspect is that this allows us to more specifically tailor funding decisions for nonprofit versus for-profit recipients. So the language is pretty broad and intentionally so, but it is very systematic to go through the reference points in the draft guidelines. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Mr. Keating.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-008 as presented.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Keating, seconded by Mr. Card. Any discussion? Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate these guidelines. I think they're very helpful for us to kind of wrap our head around when these are going to be forgiven, when it's a loan, when it's a grant, you know, the way that always comes up. And clearly, like you said, if we find ourselves with, hey, we don't love the way this is working out, or we feel constrained or whatever, these can be shaped. But at least having that basic policy makes perfect sense to me, so I'll be supporting it.
Great, thank you. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, is there opposition to voice vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Next up, 80.4.
Mr. Chair, 80.4 is Resolution 2025-009, a resolution approving a minor amendment to Section 601C of the City Center Revitalization Plan, adding Project 29, the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon.
Great, thank you. Mr. Weiss.
Okay, as you all know, you can't fund anything that's not in the plan. So to even entertain the request from Children's Museum in any formal way and deliberate about the funding request that has been submitted, it has to be put into the plan. So this is a unique project in that it's a very large project. It involves an addition. Most of the existing projects that we have that are individually identified in the plan are rehabilitation of existing buildings. So we have the Holly Theater, we have the Criterion Theater, we have the Randall Street Community Theater, all of which are individually identified in the CCRP. So we thought it was most appropriate that Children's Museum should have the same level of independent identification as an undertaking that makes it eligible for MURA consideration for funding. So again, this is pretty much a housekeeping step that before you can actually entertain and make a decision about a funding request, it needs to be adopted into the plan. Adoption in the plan does not mean that you are required or committed to funding it. We have a number of projects that have been in the plan for decades that have never progressed. The downtown fire station, moving the one-way couplet on Main Street westbound to 6th Street and returning Main Street to two-way. That's been in there for over 25 years, but it's never progressed. So putting it in the plan does not obligate you to a funding decision.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Keating.
Can you give me the pros and cons of putting it in the plan? I'm not quite sure I understand it. Why was it not in the plan already, et cetera?
Because it's something new.
It's a new project. We add projects all the time. Like when we added the work in Liberty Park, we added a whole host, about 6 or 8 new projects that were in response to that substantial amendment extending the operations of the agency.
Any further questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Mayor.
I move to approve Medford Urban Renewal Agency Resolution 2025-009, a minor amendment to add Project 29, the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Ayers. Winnie, please call the roll.
Mayor Zarzynski?
Yes.
Jessica Ayers?
Yes.
John Quinn?
Yes.
Kevin Stein?
Yes.
Nick Card?
Yes.
Kevin Keating?
No.
And Garrett West?
Abstain.
Okay, so we have 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. I mean, I call him mayor. I guess he's not the mayor of Mura.
I feel like I really enjoy that title. So just throwing it out there. If you guys want to use it, knock yourself out.
Okay, we're moving on. Resolution 2025, TAC 010. I'll invite the people to come down at this point.
And just for the record, this is a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a grant agreement between the Medford Urban Renewal Agency and the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon, providing $1.5 million in capital funding for the construction of an addition to the museum facility located at 413 West Main Street, Medford, Oregon.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss.
Okay, we have drafted a grant agreement, and I want to give a shout out to Alan, who's worked a tremendous amount on revamping our documents, our grant and loan documents. He's done a really great job of beefing them up, a lot of belt and suspenders work there, and has compared them to other grant documents that they use in other jurisdictions by other MIRAs. So it's a very comprehensive attachment to this AIC. Of course, you all know, but I don't need to recap what the project is. I think you're all pretty aware of it. The specific request to MIRA tonight is whether we will fund a $1.5 million capital grant in support of this major addition. Children's Museum has already raised about $5.6 million secured from public agency and foundation sources, and an additional $900,000 of private donation pledges and in-kind contributions for this project, this addition. MIRA's participation would complete the fundraising goal of $8 million for the addition. As additional context, because one of the things in the guidelines is to think about how does MIRA money leverage other investment. In this case, we're not on the front end, we're not the first money in, we're actually the last money in, which is always a really nice place to be when you're a funder. But in addition to what has already been fundraised for on the addition, Children's Museum has invested in excess of $10 million in the existing complex, $5 million in the renovation of the Carnegie building, $3.5 million for exterior landscape and site improvements, and then another $1.5 million for the new outdoor pavilion and education center. So looking for a ratio on this addition, we're at 1.5 to 6, or 1.5 to 6.6 is the ratio of MIRA dollars to other dollars for the addition. But the entire public investment in here besides MIRA is $16.5 million, and we're being asked to contribute $1.5 million. So the eligibility for the funding falls under Project 29 and furthers the general goals for economic development, the creation of an entertainment and cultural district in downtown, pursuit of public-private partnerships, and advancing the vitality generally of downtown. With that, I will answer any questions.
Great. Any questions? I'm seeing no questions. Is there a motion?
I can make a motion. Yep, maybe. I move to approve an execution of a grant agreement between the Medford Urban Renewal Agency and the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon, providing $1.5 million of capital funding for the construction of an addition to the museum facility located at 413 West Main Street, Medford, Oregon.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Council discussion. We'll start with Mr. Card. Council.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Member card.
MIRA member discussion.
Card. Well, so I really don't like the position that I feel like I'm finding myself in here, because while I really appreciate the work that the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon does, and I think they're a fantastic organization, and I do think that they are probably deserving of this money, I struggle with MIRA being the source of money that's going into this project. In fact, under the guidelines that we just adopted, our expenditures are about reducing blight and eliminating blight and increasing assessed value. And this project does neither of those things. This is not a blighted area that we need to revitalize. This is not an increase in assessed value. This is a public city-owned property that will never pay a single dollar of property taxes. You know, when I think about the value of urban renewal, the value to me is in being able to generate that increased value. We take some of the property tax money away today from the city, the county, from the libraries, from all of these different taxing districts. We take that money away to invest in our community in a way that will hopefully pay back in the future. And from a strict accounting of property tax dollars, this does not do that. It does not reduce blight, which subsequently increases value for surrounding properties. This is simply a really feel-good project that we're putting money into a good cause, but I do not see that as the responsibility of Mira. When we look at the amount of money we're putting into this project, $1.5 million, compared to the rest of the fundraising, that's about a 20% lift for Mira to participate in this development. That is outside of the historic norm of what Mira has typically done. And so I struggle with this. I do not see Mira as the right place for this kind of funding. I do not see this as the right use of our dollars in Mira, and it's for that reason that I will be opposed to this grant.
Further discussion. We'll go to Mr. Keating. He had his hand up.
And I have my
Mr.
mic on.
Card had.
And
I said, yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks for calling on me. Yeah, I also have a problem with the price tag on this. I think it can be, they've shown very good ability to raise funds, and I don't see this as something that we should be taking money away from RVTD, the library, and all these other things to fund. So I agree with Mr. Card. Thank you.
Member Ayers.
So I do think, Nick, I understand where you're coming from, but I also think you're missing a few points. One, this is a city-owned property that they've put significant investment into, and so we're basically just investing into one of our own properties and increasing our own asset value. Two, a huge component of economic development is childcare, and they're creating 60 new spots for kids that can enable the parents to work and have jobs, and huge component of economic development. So that does meet the guidelines. Furthermore, I mean, there is a community event space component to this that also benefits the downtown and the city, and once again, vitality of downtown. So I disagree with you, and that's why I'm voting yes.
Any further comment? Mr. Quinn, haven't heard from you today.
Microphone.
Well, maybe
And you
because
might
you didn't
not
have your
yet.
microphone on. Maybe that's why I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, that's it. I was looking at the when grants are appropriate and the criteria we just adopted, and what I'm looking at is project produces a public benefit or provides a social service that lacks repayment capacity. The museum's hardly overfunded, and I think it's pretty obvious that people can't work if they don't have somewhere to put their very young children, one. Two, just as a general principle, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Kids get a good start, they're going to do better. Revenue potential is limited. I mean, certainly it's not overwhelmed with excess cash to just spend. Long-term nonprofit operation or community benefit, well, we've got the long lease and the renewal for a long period, so they're there to stay. Those seem pretty good as our grant criteria we just adopted. I don't see any grant criteria that say, and by the way, we can hit them with a high tax bill later. I don't see one that says, and by the way, their building has to be really ugly before we'll give them money. So it seems to meet what we just enacted. And there could be times when blight and generating future revenues are something we want to do. But there's also times when, by our own criteria, there are intangibles that we want to do. And we just said that's what we want to do, so I suppose we should do it.
Mr. Card.
So I will point out, to be pedantic, step one in our process that we just adopted is identifying that urban renewal plan nexus. And so, there are lots of good things, and I'm not saying what the Children's Museum is doing is a bad thing. In fact, I wish we could do more. I think that the Children's Museum is an incredibly important asset for the community, and I would sit here and advocate for us to spend general fund dollars into the Children's Museum. because I think from a general fund perspective, there is an absolute justifiable reason why the city council should spend money to advocate for something like the Children's Museum. What I have a really hard time doing, though, is spending urban renewal dollars on this project, because we are stretching the limits of urban renewal planning and what is allowable under urban renewal planning, what the intent and purpose of urban renewal planning is to make this project fit. And it is not that we're investing in ourselves. It is inappropriate for us to take funds from other taxing districts simply to pad Medford's pocket. We all have a duty as a taxing district to do our correct part of that responsibility. It is for the library to provide library services. It is for RVTD to provide bus services. It is for Medford Urban Renewal to provide urban renewal that will help lift the entire, the rising tide for all. And so, there are lots of good reasons why the library should do social services, or urban renewal should invest in this sort of nonprofit cause. But when we step outside of our box, in my opinion, we lose the trust of the taxpayer, who has compartmentalized and districtized those different responsibilities. And I just think that this is just a step too far for me to use urban renewal dollars for this project.
We'll go back. What do we want to do? We want to get a first from the mayor, or do we want to get a counter argument from Mr. Quinn? Choices are in my hands. Mr. Quinn, let's go. Oh wait, no. Let's get legal advice. Even better.
I am not in any way trying to steer the policy discussion here, which is robust and awesome. But just as a procedural point, Mr. Quinn had noted the guidelines we just adopted, and I just want to note, when we talk about the guidelines for grants, that is meant for the question of, do we do a grant versus do we do a loan? Not, do we do a grant or do we not give money to this organization? So there's still the threshold questions, which you spoke to as well, and I don't, not disagreeing with that, but the threshold questions for any sort of MIRA expense in terms of the core purpose of MIRA, and those guidelines don't change that threshold test.
I understood.
All right, Councilor Quinn?
Well, the Living Waters program also is similar in the sense that we're not looking for them in the future to generate a nice big tax bill. They're not particularly blighted, but we're certainly strongly considering helping them for probably largely the same intangible reasons. So it's not unprecedented.
Do you want to speak to that?
All right, let's go for a final round here. I think people are pretty baked in with how they're going to go, but if you want to, you have the floor.
I just want to make sure that I think it's important to distinguish between what we did with Living Waters. We are not funding new development for Living Waters on a untaxable piece of property. We participated in a fund that they would have done. I mean, so we did stuff for them that we would have done anyway because they were blighted. The difference is they came to us at the end of their development process of restoring a blighted building and then needed final funds to put that over the limit. But a lot of the things that they did specifically to that project, we would have funded that as part of a blight reduction program that we had actually established already as MIRA. So for us to have put money into Living Waters, while I still struggled with that, there's justification for that because of the full scope of their blight reduction project, there are clear buckets that we would have participated because we have definitely participated in those as we've gone down the road. What we are being asked to do here is to fund full development of new construction, which we have only ever done in a way that addresses one of those concerns, blight reduction, dealing with creating new property value as a leverage for private funds to go into a for-profit type development. And so we are way outside of the scope of what kinds of projects MIRA has done in the past when we look at this in terms of us funding 20% of a completely untaxable new development. And that is why I see this as a fundamental departure from urban renewal.
Okay. Member Zarazinski.
I don't like the sound of that. very interesting point about the new construction being funded versus blight reduction. And even if it was new construction on a blighted property, you could maybe make that argument. So that's very interesting. And as far as living waters goes, that was tough for me to think about that because of the point of, are we changing assessed value and getting kind of return on investment, if you will. And then when I look at $1.5 million on an $8 million project and I do that math, I go, ugh, that's a big ask. But then when you do add that over all the other previous investments, then all of a sudden it starts to look a little bit more in line with other things that we've funded. And so the big part of the urban renewal is like, I'm just going to do the actual renewal in the urban area. And when I drive downtown, and I about once a month, I'll go meet with some merchant downtown and kind of get the idea of what the problems are that they're seeing and how can we help and how can we do this. The one thing that stands out is then I'll go somewhere, drive down, and I see a lot of activity at this location. I see us actually pulling people into the downtown area that we don't do right now. So that kind of ties back into that same concept of the Criterion, of the Holly. And I don't know what we spent on the Criterion off the top of my head. Certainly the Holly was not an amount like this. So if we wanted to talk about amount, I could have that discussion maybe a little bit more than I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about the blight reduction because it's brand new. But there is no question you are getting renewal, like by definition, out of this, and expanding these programs is going to create that. I also hadn't thought about the childcare aspect of this, right? So I think it clicks a lot of boxes. If it's a price tag that seems uncomfortable, maybe we could have that discussion, but I do think it clicks what we want to do. So I'm willing to move forward with it as it is, but that's my perspective.
Mr. Keating?
Yeah, I think the price tag is a bit high as well, and I'd be willing to have that discussion as well. And if I'm not mistaken, we've leased this to TCMSO for, what was it, $1 a year? How much is the actual lease? Do we know that? So, I mean, we've already donated quite a bit of money into this project as a whole, and we'll continue to do so for the next 40 years or whatever. So the price tag it's a big ask.
Member Ayers.
I mean, my just quick counter to that is, quite frankly, I would have advised them to buy their own building and dump $18 million into it, because they're putting a lot of investment into a building that they don't own. So I get that yes, they're getting a break on the rent, but they're significantly improving our property, and they have literally no ownership in it. And that's a big risk on their part, and that's money that they're never going to get back.
So I'm going to treat this, do you have more?
Nope, I thought we were going to vote.
So we're going to treat this like the legislature. I'm going to close. Really interesting thoughts. I don't hear anyone saying, I don't like what the Children's Museum does, right? There's a where question. There's a how question. There's a how much question. I think those are perfectly valid, right? I'm not going to discount those, right? One of the parts of being elected official is understanding how people get there, right? Not as though you agree how they got there or you agree with their premise, but understanding how they get there. And I understand how you gentlemen can get there. It makes sense. I can find that line. I can follow you. I think when you look at the totality of everything, it's a tremendous asset that they have done with a historical building that the city was not able to do, would never be able to do. When myself and then Councilor Zarazinski had this discussion about what to do with this building, and we saw the big block diagram like Legos, and there was a lot of concern about that in terms of improvement to the building, and obviously over the course of time that has molded and changed, and now we see a concept that's much different. I think if we have just a tremendous amount of asks, if we have a tremendous amount of like, you're the last dollars in, right? Maybe we have a different discussion. And as I've said many times, we have not had lots of opportunities for urban renewal to be the last dollar in. And so when you look at the totality of what they're doing, the economic impact they have, the social impact they have, their beautification that they have, obviously I want this to happen, and I will vote to have this happen. It's, they've really taken something that, they're really taken something of Medford and found a way to make it a vital piece of Medford, a vital piece of downtown. And I look forward to maybe the day that maybe we have a study session over there at their new location, that we've done that at other places before. So there's sometimes you don't quite know what you have until you have it. And so I'm kind of looking forward to when we have it, what that means in totality, because I'm sure that there's numbers and I'm sure that there's different things that they can give us. But once we can see it, in terms of all little pieces of it, it's kind of hard to grasp in totality. But I'm supportive, and I, encourage other people to do as well. And let's help make it happen. So with that, Winnie, please call the roll.
Michael Zarzynski,
Yep.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Garrett West,
Abstain.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Nick Card,
No.
and Kevin Keating.
No.
All right, so we have, 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstention.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Resolution 80.6.
All right, Chair, 80.6 is Resolution 2025-011, a resolution approving and authorizing expenditure of funds budgeted for personnel in the current biennial budget for executive leadership staff, and omitted from the AIC but mentioned during the council meeting. This would be an $18,000 per year expense.
If you were around for the city council meeting, this was discussed. So is there a motion? Mr. Keating.
Microphone.
I move that we approve the motion as presented.
I moved the thing.
I'll second the thing.
I second the thing.
I think we all understand what's happening. Okay.
It's getting late.
Is there anyone against a voice vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Great. Okay, Resolution 2025, TAC 12.
Chair, this is Resolution 2025.12, a resolution approving and authorizing expenditure of $100,000 for consultant services in the preparation of a parking management plan.
Great. Mr. Weiss?
Public Works and Planning are preparing an RFQ for a new parking management plan. They've requested Mura funding for the consultant services. The plan will serve 2 primary purposes. One is it is a implementation step in the 2040 downtown plan that you adopted earlier this year. Second, and very importantly, it will help inform the oversight of parking program that has recently been transferred to Public Works. In the current biennium, there is no money budgeted for a parking management plan, and Public Works did not receive any supplemental funds for parking system oversight. And the reason they're coming to Mura is that Mura has been in the parking game since the very beginning of the agency. It was the second project that we did, and we built out the entire parking system, and we used to operate the parking system until the city took over Mura and CMO brought the parking system management into their office. So it has been integral to the work of the urban renewal for the last 35 years. On both the capital side and on the operating side. Most recently, Mura funded the parking component of the 2040 downtown plan. which at a cost of $65,000, in order to maximize the $200,000 grant that the planning department got for the planning process. So that was a good point of leverage that they could spend more money on further planning activities and not just on parking. So it's been in our wheelhouse for years, and if we don't provide any funding, it's going to come back to you as a general fund request.
All right, so this was brought up a couple weeks ago during council officers, if you watched that meeting, when you're wearing maybe some other hat. I had a lot of concerns about this. I don't have the concerns as much anymore. I think the big part that I talked to Harry about was whatever concerns you have about parking, this is not that time for it, but we will have a study session where we can just hash it out and say all the things that we want to see, all the things we want to do, and then that stuff will go to the consultant that then brings us back whatever we're asking them to do. So this just funds the money, they'll go find a person and bring it back to us, and we'll have a lovely study session in the future about all this. So with that, any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Well, I guess on to that is, I think, how many, I'm trying to think how many different parking studies I've gone through. And here's what we're going to find out is we've got tons of parking, but not at any location that anybody wants to use. That it always comes back that we've got all kinds of parking. We got tons of parking, and you go ask the citizens, and we got no parking. So there is a disconnect that we have not figured out how to work. And so maybe this is just a comment, but what I just heard, and my question is, are we going to have an opportunity to have some scoping discussions prior to this RFP going out?
I will defer that question to Mr. Worth.
Dan Worth, Public Works Director. Absolutely. What we're looking at is not just another study that we've done before many times. We've got good data, good information from previous efforts. Last year, we had the study that informed the downtown plan that gathered a lot of good inventory and usage information that's valuable. We're going to use it. What we're looking for in this effort is to develop something that will go beyond the data collection and the lists of generic recommendations that we have already and put something concrete together that will help us build a parking management program for our downtown that can sustain itself fiscally, that can simplify parking options for the people that are using the system, and that can be something that will meet the needs of the downtown businesses who we've been listening to. We've made some minor adjustments already, but we want to make sure that we've got a plan that takes all that into consideration. And before we go out with the RFP, I certainly would be looking for a way in an appropriate form to get some input from council as to exactly what the goals should be for that study.
Perfect. Thank you.
Did you have something, Mr. Keating?
I do. I know it's late. I know I'm new. But $100,000 seems like a heck of a lot of money to come up with a plan that we've done 3, 4, 5 times already. And I heard what you said, Dan. Can't we just sit in a room together and figure out where we need parking as it is and do that without paying somebody $100,000 to type it up?
We need a consultant to blame. It's their fault, not our fault.
Yeah, and then we'll shove it on a shelf, or I don't know. I agree. I don't think parking is all that huge a problem personally. I've been here 25 years and I never have a problem finding a place to park downtown, but it's just a lot of money. And I don't know who's doing the plan, but it seems like they're hitting a good payday. Am I totally off base? I mean, can't we use a previous plan?
No, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I think that's a very good question. I guess what I'm getting back to is usually when the plan goes, it's just discrete, how many spaces, how many people are visiting, and then we find out we have a lot. So if we're going to do this and we're spending $100,000, we need to be able to actually connect the dot between why people complain about parking versus and what we need to do to solve that so people come downtown. I'll tell you, I've heard multiple, and this is anecdotal, but I kind of go out of my way to try and figure it out. There are people that will not come downtown because of parking, right? They just don't. I personally went to a place today and I parked 2 blocks away, got out, walked, and when we had a discussion about that with the merchant, and the merchant's saying, here's what I have to do, it was a jewelry store. Most of the time when this happens, we have to walk them to their parking spot so that they feel comfortable coming in. So maybe our parking issue is actually a slightly different issue. Maybe it's a safety issue. But if we're not I think if we're not thinking through all the issues that go into it, we are making a mistake and we're not going to get our money's worth out of it. Sorry.
I think another big component about this that hasn't been discussed as much as the problem of parking is the funding of parking, because we're in the hole on it all the time. And so, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but a major component of this is figuring out how we can fund parking
That's correct.
sustainably and not feed it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that was what was brought up last time, is like we're literally losing hundreds of thousands of dollars net loss in the way our parking management program works.
Okay, if we had that as a deliverable, that for the 100,000 we're going to spend, we're going to stop losing money, I'd be totally for it.
And one of the points that you made that I 100% agree with is like, well, a study gets done, you get put it on a shelf. It's like, great, we did a study. I mean, I think I didn't have any ownership as a council member with any of these other studies. We were never included. It was like, hey, we did a study, guys, and like, what is this? I think in this that we have ownership at the beginning, and then we'll have ownership at the end. Was like, okay, this is what we asked for, and then maybe there's a policy thing that happens that we can, reduce the deficit in terms of our parking management fund, or come up with some new ideas to make people happier about parking, or whatever that might be. That's why it seems like a good path forward, rather than we're just doing a parking study because we haven't done one in 7 years or whatever it might be. Garrett?
So Dan, to clarify, so this will give us a potential business plan to help pay for parking downtown.
If that's your intent, and I think it's a good intent to have, that's what we're going to be looking for.
Cool, yeah, I think that sounds good. And a decision tree on the policies the council might take. If we go left, these are your options. If we go right, these are our options. Something like that, I think, would be very valuable for us to be able to make a decision.
Okay, yeah. Councilor Card.
So I guess to dive into this, because I think this is since I get to put my city councilor hat on. Thank you, Member Stein. So what would you need from council to be able to do this effectively? Like in terms of scoping this work, because I do agree with the mayor that I think that scoping question is a really important question, and it gets to the heart of why what we've done in the past hasn't really helped us. And so how would you want that? I mean, is that like, you want to do it in a study session? We'll all shout ideas at you? Do you want us to put us an ad hoc together? I mean, how can we help Public Works be successful with this?
I think a study session is an appropriate forum. I think a one-time, let's look at what the objectives ought to be, and have that discussion and that debate, put an emphasis on fiscal sustainability, put an emphasis on marketing. I think to the comments the mayor made, we got a lot of parking spots and people don't think we do. So that could be a component, but just a one-time opportunity to get your input on those things that we ought to highlight in the RFP, to tell the consultant or the prospective consultants that's what we're looking for them to deliver.
Yeah. Well, if anybody's related to council happens to be listening, maybe we'll note that down. And
all right.
I love wearing 2 hats.
Is there a motion? Mr. West?
I move approval of Resolution 2025-011.
Second.
012, but okay.
012, thank you.
Second.
All right. Anything else? Roll call. Oh.
I mean, I want to see it essentially justify the expense, because I'm parking weary. And I'd like to see something that says, here, you gave us $100,000, but look, we're going to improve the perception, and we're not going to, and without harming that, we're going to save you more than $100,000. That's what I'd want to see. And with that, I'm okay with it. If that's not what we're going to get, then I'm going to say no.
I mean, there's no guarantees here, right? There's no guarantees that are going to be like, hey, with this one small trick, your parking balance is now even. Like that's
Maids
that's
hate
just,
him.
That's highly unlikely.
Microphone, please.
That wasn't a formal comment.
That was off the record. Okay.
Off the record.
All right, let's go ahead and have roll.
Garrett West,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Reluctantly, yes.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Mayor Zarazinski,
Yes.
and John Quinn.
No.
We have 6 yes and 1 no.
All right, let's go back. 80.1.
I have Park Schmerz.
Okay.
So as I was saying,
Rewind the tape.
Let's pass it to someone less dangerous.
So if I might suggest, can I do you a quick recap of the terms of the agreement that's in front of you? And then we can dive in more deeply into the questions you have about funding, structure, and all that. I just want to get the big picture out on the table. Stewardship Development has proposed 100 units of senior rental housing on the frontage that Mura owns along Central Avenue. And they're requesting the contribution of the land into the deal and nothing more. In contrast to our previous deal with Rubicon Eadlin, we were going to give them the entire site and $4.2 million in cash. That is no longer the case. They're not looking for any cash. Mura will retain the warehouse, and we would need to pursue separate disposition and development opportunities on that piece of property. That's one of the things that we would need to think about. We don't know what all that looks like until they get further along with the design of their project, and we should probably earmark some reserves for what we will wind up doing with that property. This is the site. The red box with the X through it is the frontage on Central. The idea is that the warehouse will be on a flag lot. You can see the flagpole is at the bottom of the picture next to Les Schwab. There is already an existing easement there that serves Les Schwab for access. And because we have limitations on the amount of access you can take off of a major arterial, it will probably make the most sense to gang all of the access to Les Schwab, the warehouse, and the project in one location. And so that flagpole is going to develop into a driveway. Real quickly, the option term and the timing of this rolls with the process of the ORCA application. The initial term of the option runs through the end of next year, December 31, 2026. That is in anticipation of stewardship submitting and completing the first big phase of the ORCA process, which is called impact assessment. If they get a favorable outcome of impact assessment, they get a conditional funding allocation from OHCS. Then it's off to the races to complete the entire design, permitting, entitlement, everything to get the project shovel ready to get through the second phase of financial feasibility. The problem is, as Amanda pointed out, is that the projects are designed to be in the pipeline, approved, teed up, and ready to go, even if the money is not currently available at OHCS to actually close the deal. Currently, the current biennium funds are already, I think, about 60% spoken for, and they will be used up by projects that are already on the list. So there's nothing in the current biennium that anybody anticipates would come the way of this project. So that will depend on the appropriations in the next state biennium for LIFT and whatever Treasury gives us in terms of LIHTC, as well as any other sources of funds that may become available that they can go after. So realistically, there is not funding availability anticipated for this project once it's approved until Q3 of 27 at the earliest. And the option will roll that if they get their funding reservation or commitment, then they will continue to have the option extend until such time as OHS says, we've got the money, here you go, we move to close. So it's very important to understand that this is tied to the process by which ORCA sets up projects to be funded on first ready, first served, on a funds availability basis as those funds are appropriated in the future. Last item, the exercise of the option is conditioned on us also entering into a final disposition and development agreement between Mura and the developer. That kind of depends on how the project takes its final form and like how the relationship of the warehouse property is to the frontage. Do we have to relocate utilities? How is that shared access handled? So that will be a condition precedent to their exercise of the option. And that's all TBD, but as their project matures and evolves, then we'll be able to execute on a DDA agreement that spells out any additional mutual obligations. So with that as setup, I will let you go back to questioning Tony about how this all gets funded.
Go ahead.
So on the option, the way you show it, if they pass the impact assessment, which at the impact level of impact assessment is not actual like permit ready plans. That is something else entirely. Let's say they pass that and they move on. The way the option, the way I just read it is indefinite.
No, it ultimately, so what happens?
If you go back
Good question.
One or two slides. There.
So one of the challenges here is that under this ORCA process, the developer has to come out of pocket about $1 million to get a project-ready funding commitment, right? So if the funds aren't available at the end of having spent that money, they would like the auction to extend until the funds are finally awarded. So we need to roll that forward for them so that they don't lose all the pre-development costs that they incurred to get on the project approved, on the approved project list, and they're just waiting for funding.
So again, waiting for funding that, I don't know, I just read that and it feels like we've just signed up for a forever agreement. Because if it's just, everything is, second that you get funding, you got 2 years, but that funding is a completely undetermined date. So that does give me concern.
Member Ayers?
It does make me feel better that they have they have experience receiving LIHTC funding. So it's not.
And actually, I'd like to turn to Tony because I think he can talk more about the process of approval and what the deal flow is at OHCS and how site control has to be maintained until the funding availability, the funding sufficiency is complete. So can you climb?
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, everybody. Specifically, I understand that there have been some pain points in the past with this site in your experience in working through Oregon Housing and Community Services. Oregon Housing and Community Services understands that there have been pain points with communities trying to get funding. This was specifically the issue which was the genesis of the ORCA process. What was happening was projects were getting awarded funds and the developers were having challenges continuing through their entitlements and getting their projects over the finish line, tying up awards sometimes for several years without having anything placing in service and being constructed. And what you had on the other side of it were developers like a previous developer with whom you were consulting that were trying to work to get funded for a project that they would be able to bring to fruition, and they were never being able to source the funds. So what ORCA's design was to be able to basically create a pipeline statewide of projects that would be continuing to be readiness to proceed. And in other words, even though you're limited to how many projects you can have in ORCA at any given time, and you are getting into a pipeline, if your project ends up stalling out for any reason, they already have a project behind it that's able to come in and continue with the funding. This is a way of them being able to tackle two issues. One is still keeping an equitable aspect to this process, whereas there's never any group that's ever able to have more than 2 projects in the ORCA process concurrently. But at the same time, they're ensuring that developers are being more or less guaranteed that once they're in the process, they're going to be able to navigate through it, in due course, be able to fulfill getting funded.
Real quick, so they go through the IA, they say, hey, it passes, and then they say, hey, you're 15th on the list, like they rank you somewhere.
Correct. There's a tickler list, I guess you'd call it, of projects, and you can go down and download it from the website.
And so, so if you're 15th or whatever number, right? I mean, I'm assuming right now they have a queue. They might have a queue of however many.
I think
and
there's
so you're
40 in there.
So there's 40 in there today, and then, you're trying to be number 41 or whatever, whatever the rolling selection process is. And so they just look at it kind of like, okay, yeah, that's a good thing. That fits our funding model, that's funding the types of things that we want to fund as a state and our organization, and now you're on the list. And then you guys do the due diligence of making sure it's there, and then just kind of play the waiting game until your name bubbles up or enough projects in front of you don't come to fruition due to whatever issue.
That is well said. Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it's already, I've witnessed it play out with 2 different developers in the state just in the last year and a half that the ORCA process has been implemented. There was a developer in Lane County that had a deal. It was not on the list to be funded as of last October. He got called up to the majors a few months later, closed the deal in June.
And if I can add one thing about the funding, keep in mind that these projects are pursuing certain pots of money that are reserved. So there's Metro Portland, there's urban non-metro, there's rural money. So it isn't like everybody goes on the same list
Right.
and they wait till they bubble up to the top. It's not like you're number 39. You may be number 4 for the pot of money that is not full enough to fund your project yet, but will be in the next appropriation. So I think it's important to understand that this is non-metro urban money that may be combined with a new pot of senior housing money and whatever other options open up. So it's not just everybody's waiting for the same amount of money.
Right.
They're actually kind of parallel projects.
Okay. Mr. Card.
So just a couple questions on that so I make sure I understand. So like, let's say you're number 4. So you can't go backwards in the list unless you are not like ready, correct?
Correct.
So if once you're in that list and you're ready to go, you're continuing to move forward until there's enough money to fund everything ahead of you and you.
Correct.
So going back to this concern about the indefinite option, is that then hypothetically, if you just decided not to be shovel ready because you had other projects you wanted to spend your money on, would you be still in the list and then waiting around? And could that be, I mean, I'm just trying to think of worst case scenarios here to protect us. Because what I don't want to be is in a situation where we're sort of, we're stuck in this situation waiting for you guys to build this thing if you're not wanting to build it. But but you wouldn't get kicked out of the ORCA pipeline because you're already an ORCA approved because you got the impact, right?
Yeah, I mean, are you saying that there would be some sort of, on behalf of stewardship, they wouldn't endeavor to continue moving forward because they would be prioritizing a separate project?
Well, so like, here's a perfectly realistic scenario, in my opinion. You guys have a couple different projects that are in the pipeline, and you've got a project over here that you're like, oh, we're like 25th down the list, and so we've got our capital ready, and we're going, and then suddenly, because a big project that's ahead in that bucket, maybe it's rural bucket, or I don't know what the heck you guys are working on, but that falls off, suddenly you've got 2 projects, and then the Medford project comes up, and you guys can't fund both of those simultaneously. Now, it would have made sense under the sort of projected expectation of you get this project done and then this project would come up, but because of some other thing, that sort of flips around, and suddenly now we're sitting around waiting as you're completing a giant project that leaves our project in limbo for years.
I don't know exactly when you reference funding, you're referring to stewardship funding it or moving it forward, or you're talking about the sources that they're getting from the state agencies?
Sorry, so because there's sort of government dollars that come into the project, but there's also private dollars that are in these projects, correct?
So we would get, yeah, we would get financing through other sources, correct?
Yes. So, but what I'm saying is, and perhaps this is a silly scenario. Jessica, you may be able to answer this because you're a banker, but like, not everybody's going to give you all the money you want to do everything. And so if you have sort of projections on the kinds of projects you're working on, you're expecting to receive this much money, but you're gonna have to put this much private dollars into that, or you're gonna have to find financing from this partner. And then suddenly, because of this ORCA process, people ahead of you fall off, and suddenly you're presented with two projects simultaneously.
They would both move forward.
They would both.
I don't want to speak for Amanda, but we're closing 3 deals right now.
So help convince me
Yeah.
that we're not going to be in some kind of a situation, and maybe this is an Amanda question, we're not going to be in some kind of a situation where you guys are in the ORCA line and you just don't do something with our project because other things are in the pipeline for stewardship that make it so you can't fund this project, and now we're stuck with this indefinite option that sort of hangs out over our head. Yes, it's an ORCA project and eventually it'll go, but it's like, we don't want to do this 20 years from now. We want to do this.
Let me ask a corollary question.
Yeah.
If the project comes up and OACS says, "Here, your money is ready," if the developer refuses the money, they're done. They're off the list.
Oh.
Correct?
Correct.
If you turn down the money, you
saying-
start over.
So
They don't hold it indefinitely for you. It's like, if you're ready, you need to close. If you're not ready, we're moving on. That's the
So
whole
you
point
would
to say.
you would come off of the ORCA list then?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think you have to.
that
you have to take the money.
helps.
That's the other thing is you can have 2 in at a time.
Yeah.
You can't just keep trying to like get yours in. And so once we make a commitment to put one in, it's in until it becomes like a not feasible project for, like it's not going to work for a plethora of reasons. And that's kind of an integrity thing of us being like, we got this far, that's not going to work. I mean, you guys don't know us, but we're not slimy. We're not trying to do that. But that's the thing. It's very transparent. We can have 2 in at a time. And so we can't pursue other things while we have those 2 going. And that means 2 all the way until it's converted. 8609. That means from pre-development all the way to it got its tax credits, and that's 3 to 4 year process. So we can have 2 in during that 3 to 4 year process. So we have to make a commitment.
And I would add too, Member Card, I mean, it's very hard work to be able to get to the place where you're getting fully funded. I know very few developers in my career that would ever just put on hold navigating towards closing, because that's when they're going to be able to, get their developer fee and start building.
So thank you. I appreciate that. And to your point, I do not mean to imply that I think you guys are trying to do anything wrong. I'm just trying to come up with the worst case scenarios to make sure I understand the implications of those.
Yes, and again, it's very transparent. It's published. You can see who's in the intake. You can see everything, and you get 2 all the way through.
And you don't have to be a developer to see that. Anybody can go on. Yeah, it's accessible to everybody.
Let's go to Mr. Quinn.
I actually we've been speaking to a lawyer for a minute or so, and I have a Eric question.
Yes, Mr. Quinn.
So, Mr. Minton, so there's, as Garrett just noted, there's a time is of the essence clause in the contract, and obviously there's always a implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing to exercise reasonable diligence. At some point, if we decide they're being too slow for whatever economic reason,
to get to the point where they can be funded because they have other things to do with their money, wouldn't they be in breach of those express and implied terms? And what would our remedy be?
So I have always understood times of the essence to not create deadlines that don't otherwise exist in the contract, but to make deadlines that are in the contract a big deal if you blow them.
Okay.
And so I don't think it would create a deadline, well, if this queue process is going for 5 years, times of the essence, so we get to pull the plug on that. What that means is if we say that something needs to be done by January 1st, and they're like, January 15th, they're like, hey, it was a great holiday weekend, but you just got to understand, we're getting on it. That's a material breach.
So we'd have to fall back on, if we don't have a specific deadline to attach the time of the essence to, it's late. We'd have to fall back on the implied covenant, pretty much, of good faith and fair dealing, that they're required to exercise reasonable diligence towards their objective, and if they don't, or are we just out of luck?
There's got to be some deliberate shenanigans. If the process just takes a while and the process is laid out, they get this. They're not violating the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing because it's ended up taking a while. If there's some fancy shenanigans going on, which doesn't, sound practical, but is a hypothetical we can come up with, that's something where we could rely on that. But there would have to be some cruel and tragic shenanigans involved.
Well, so taking off I have two hats today. I'll put on my lawyer hat again, the one I came in with. If I were representing someone on their shoes that did all the things that Mr. Card was worrying about, not pursuing not getting myself to where I need to be to become eligible for the ORCA grant, because you have to be at a certain stage, we wouldn't have much recourse, is what I'm hearing from you, based on the contract, because we don't have specific deadlines about how much time they have to do their part to get ready. So maybe we should think about putting something in there for that. If I were working for them and they said, look, we know we're in line for this project, but we've got a better project, or we're having a little money trouble, I would say, well, there's nothing enforceable in the contract that says you have to be ORCA ready in a year. And I guess if worse comes to worse, we can say you're so short on money it's force majeure, and you can get out of it. You could do what Nick's saying if you wanted to, so that we don't have anything ensuring that that's not going to happen, except trusting these people who are delightful, of course, but we don't know them that well.
In short, let me say that implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing should never be our plan A.
Sweet.
If there is a concern about that, then there may be other ways to structure it, but implied covenants should never be our game plan.
I agree. So I guess the way to make sure that we do have guarantees that they'll exercise whatever diligence is needful to get to the point where they can apply for ORCA is to have more specific timelines on how quickly they move to get there. If we're worried about that, or if we trust them, we'll assume they're going as quickly as they can and will. That's the question.
So, and Harry, could you remind me, do we have a finalized and ready to sign option, or is this getting authorization to negotiate an option?
We have a draft option.
Right.
If there are additional terms that you want us to amend that option, we can add those terms.
I was just putting in legal form with Eric what I was understanding Nick's very sensible concerns to be, though articulate not in lawyer words, and I don't slight him in any sense of the word. I cannot speak trucking, or any of the many things that he knows that I don't.
Okay. The option.
Trucking's just a lot of profanity, John. It's
Okay,
really
here we
enough.
go. I would like to thank our new interim executive director, who has just brought to me, pointing out on page 2 of 17, subsection 3A, which I should have memorized before this meeting. So we've got these indefinite options, but it also states that the option shall continue. Okay. Well, it shall continue until 2026, unless we get into then the subjective deadline after that. So, I mean, what I would recommend is if council wants to move, if the Mura board wants to move forward with this, they can direct us to further refine the term of option to have some sideboards mutually agreed upon. I would not recommend trying to hash out all those sideboards from the dais, but I've been seeing some nodding heads in my peripheral vision. I think everyone gets the hypotheticals we're trying to avoid, and I suspect that staff and the applicant could come up with some sideboards that we could all live with if Mura wanted to move forward with this. There's room to refine this based on a yes vote with direction to clarify that.
Well, I just can't say that Member Card's feelings are wrong, and certainly it can be put in a legal way that makes him feel more protected, and I would sympathize with that as well. So that's where I was coming from with you, Eric.
To go to the mayor's first question, if you want a hard stop, we can put a hard stop on the option. Okay, that was one of the things about, is it an open-ended option, right? All right, so, I mean, we've got this thing that we want to enable them to be successful with all the investment that they're making on the front end for pre-development to get project ready. But you don't want that hanging out for 6 years. So we could put a hard stop that said, if you haven't gotten funded by, 2030, whenever we put on a hard stop, then the deal's off. I mean, that's one option to look at in terms of there is some finality there. But I want to encourage you to understand that we do have this rolling funding availability that is hard to predict. And we have significant out-of-pocket expense that they would like to capitalize on rather than just eat completely. That's part of the trick.
Mr. Quinn, to finish up.
It's not the getting the state funding, which is out of their control to some extent. They can be ready for it, but you can be ready and not get it. That's out of their control. It's the time spent to get to the point where Orca can say, "You're ready. We're ready to approve you." That's the problem. You have to be a certain ways down the project.
You'd like to have some kind of performance deadline, benchmark?
Yeah, something that they are as ready as they need to be for Orca to say yes if they're going to say yes and have the money to say yes with. We can't control Orca, but we can control them getting Orca ready within a speedy time.
I think it would be
that's
pretty
I think what Nick was driving at, and that we can control, and that's not that hard to put in a contract.
Yeah, no, I think it would be pretty easy to put a calendar of performance benchmarks that by X date you must have done these things. And we do not control when the decision is made, but we do expect you to, proceed forthwith with your application and meet these goals for an active application.
And we'd have a provision in there that if for some reason we think they should have a little bit more time for something, we can do it. If there's an excellent
we
reason.
always have the ability to revisit the deal and make amendments to the agreement.
Not enforcing our rights wouldn't be a waiver thereof.
Correct.
Right.
So I think the other thing that we have relied upon is that because the ORCA process is a marathon to get the best position on the list, right? That's what everybody is aiming for. That they're going to come straight out of the chute and accelerate their application process so that they can get through the initial phase, the impact assessment phase, so that they've got a preliminary funding commitment so that they're on the list above anybody else in that cycle.
I
so
believe
they have,
you, and I hope you're right, but
yeah, no, I
trust
understand.
but verify.
And I think it would be pretty easy to come up with a performance calendar for that.
Mr. Keating, did you have something?
No, actually, no, I didn't.
You turned it on, turned it off, so I was figured. Okay, Mr. West.
Okay, so I did want to confirm, our resolution does say that approves and authorizes execution of an option agreement. Now, I think you have the understanding of the board as to kind of what we want with the sideboards. Do you need to come back to us with the finalized version for approval? And is there time to do that, given the ORCA deadlines?
I don't see why we can't finish these details in the option agreement and bring it back to you. I mean, I'd rather bring it back to you for final approval rather than necessarily saying, okay, fix this and then execute and come back for ratification.
Okay.
I think you all have expressed concern that you would really like to see the final deal. But I don't see why we couldn't be able to bring that back at the next board meeting.
I would highly recommend, whenever that's available, be made available to the Mira board. That way those legal eagles over there can, have their commentary ready for up or down. Mr. West, you have more?
Yeah, so that sounds good to me. Looking forward to it. And I did want to say thank you so much for coming to our community with this kind of project. Like 100 units of affordable housing for our senior population. I can't tell you how wonderful that sounds to me. So thank you very much.
I appreciate it. You have a great, your housing authority here is really fantastic. And I never had the opportunity to work with them when I was on the investment side. They were championed by KeyBank, so it was a very competitive process. But if you don't mind, I just would like to add one thing, and I think Member Ayers will appreciate this. The other aspect of this that we haven't been addressing, and it's really imperative to make this statement, it's not just the ORCA process. The developer also has to be able to get funding, permanent financing, and there are developers out there that can, and there are developers out there that can't. Stewardship is a developer that can, and it's Oregon Housing realized, this was part of the reason why ORCA developed, was they realized there were a lot of developers that maybe they could give awards to, and they could believe in the community in which they were working, and there was support, but then they weren't able to produce a balance sheet and the strength of their organization to be able to get the rest of the funding in place. And so these are all conditions of it that stewardship will meet. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Card.
I just want to point out, as you are negotiating this, we have a definite limit on the maximum length of contracts in our charter. So that does need to have a.
But we're Mira.
It's Mira.
Is Mira totally separate?
Mira is a separate legal entity. So unless there's a limit in the city center revitalization plan, that limit does not apply.
So Mira can do whatever it wants?
Let's not take that sentence out of context.
There is no Mira charter. There's just Oregon law, how it relates to urban renewal projects. Yes?
So the actual resolution tonight, which I think we're going to give some direction somehow, but by the approving and authorizing the execution of this option agreement and agreement of purchase and sale is, I think, some indication that we support the project and we're moving forward with it. So do we need to do anything? Would it be helpful to have any kind of guidance for everyone going back and reworking this, that this is actually, we're willing to move forward if there is one that we're satisfied with?
So I've been trying to get to yes, and I just don't know, right? It's been pointed out. It's literally, you guys know, we literally did the same thing. I understand the process has changed, but it locked up that property for years. And we have never, we did not allow to see what else was out there. Right? We didn't open it up for business and say, hey, we have this property, tell us what it is. Right? That could have been anything. It could have been maybe private development. It could have been, hey, Public Works says this is the place to put that fire station that we heard about. We did not allow, we just had a thing about process, right? We did not do a process in terms of what are the available things. And it's very possible this bubbles up and there's nothing else, or this bubbles up and it's by far the best thing. But I have some concerns because downtown property is not something that's necessarily easy to acquire, especially something that's more buildable than other things where you might have to lop off thing that's already on there and try to build on top of it. So that's my problem with getting to yes, is how the funding system works, although it's different because you get on the board and you kind of wait your turn. I do have a lot of respect for the fact that you got to put money in the first point, right? There's a lot of things like, what if they just decide not to do it? Like, if they put all the money in, it's highly unlikely they're just going to say, oh, well, we just threw all that money away. and be cool with that, right? They're gonna try their best efforts to try to make it happen if they put all that money in the front end. So like I said, I'm trying to get to yes, but to your point, I don't know if I'm there yet. Because we were not provided, and I tried, the council just wanted to keep going forward, but I tried to have an open process, and that wasn't what the majority wanted. Yeah.
Okay, my rebuttal to that is
Sure.
I believe that if we put it out there for other things, which, that property's been there for a long time. I don't see anybody lining up to get it.
It wasn't available.
Well,
It was locked up.
okay. Even if somebody else comes in and wants to do something with it, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of due diligence, financing, pre-development, the whole thing, and we're going to be in the same boat that we are right now. So I think we have bird in hand, and if we discard that and move on, we're going to be sitting here 3 years from now with this in the same situation and starting over with something like that. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say that we just had one of our team meetings for a project and had a big, long discussion on senior homelessness and how it's becoming much more of an issue. So for me, this project hits a lot of buttons that I'm in support of. I'm not in support of indefinite forever. It's your property without paying any money, right? I mean, that's a problem for me. So I think we've all talked about how we want to see it come back different. But for whatever it's worth to our partners here, I am in support of this project.
Mr. West.
Eric, do you need approval of this resolution to proceed?
No, I was actually going to recommend procedurally that we move to continue this, caucusing with the folks from stewardship, with Harry, and with the way smarter attorney in my office, Alan Moreland. We can get the concerns about the timing and indefiniteness hammered out pretty quick, and you'll see those hypotheticals all buttoned up at probably the next meeting, but regardless in the near future. And I think it would be cleaner with this transaction, particularly given the detail in which the board members want to look at this, if you see the final language before you vote on whether or not you want to do it.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by me, seconded by like 3 or 4 people.
Continue.
To continue it. Okay, that's not really debatable. Let's go. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, there you go.
Copy that.
Hey, thank you so much for coming. We do offer Zoom services, so you don't have to drive on down next time if you don't want to. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't think there's anything else on the agenda that I want to talk about. So, board business, seeing none. Proposition remarks. Any remarks? Any propositions? Okay. That leads me to adjournment at 10:03 p.m. this lovely Wednesday.